It's amazing. You never do, you'll never know. Who cares if anyone's watching? Let them keep talking and talking. Avalanche, start that avalanche. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting cagey. Feeling something new. It's amazing. All the records breaking. History in the making. Feeling something new. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day 3 of action here at the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Boca Laguna, just outside Chapala in Mexico. Good morning, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and we've got a day jammed, packed full of action. We've got some tricking, we've got some jumping, and by that virtue, we should have an early indication as to where the overall competition is heading towards in both the women's and the men's competition. But we're taking a live shot, a live view of this beautiful facility right outside of Guadalajara in the Mexican state of Jalisco. So good, solid shots there from Connor Pauly, who's been outstanding with those aerial views that we've seen over the last couple of days, as well as the rest of the crew here at TWBC that's providing coverage from start to finish. All right, then. So let's have a look at the first list that we see, which is our schedule for today. Men's Tricks Series 2, followed by Men's Tricks Series 1. Then we'll go on to Women's Series 2 Jump, then following on with the Series 1 of the same event. And then our last 2 events of the day will be the Men's Series 2 and then Men's Series 1. And by the time we get to the end of today, we'll have a fairly good indication of where the overall is heading at this early stage. Only one competitor, actually only 2 competitors actually have scores that are complete so far as their overall totals are concerned. That's Fletcher Holm and Alexia Abel, who have contributed scores in all 3 events. The only 2 competitors in the competition that have done so. But that's all going to change within the next few hours as we take a look inside of that Nautica towboat and looking resplendent as ever. An opportunity for you to purchase some TWBC swag is on offer there at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. Get your exclusive TWBC apparel by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. All right, then. So we've got the first of our tricking competition in the men's competition today, starting in approximately 10 minutes. There's your schedule there, a reminder. We've got Men's Series 2 and Men's Series 1. Those are the first 2 events. Right here on day 3 of action of the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Boca Laguna at just outside Chapala in Mexico. And when we return, we'll have the first of our action. Stick around.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then, folks, we're less than 3 minutes away from starting the action for the day, the Men's Tricks Series 2. Okay, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard as we zoom in on that Nautique towboat. Pablo Vera still in the lead with 5,500 points. Fletcher Holm on 5,180. 5,180 is the top overall skier so far in this competition with 1,000 points for that point score. Tonio Tiexador of Spain with 4,850. Zach Butterfield currently in fourth after Series 3 with 4,790. Then Joel O'Toole with 2,670, and that rounds up the top 5 out of the 9 scores that we have currently on offer. All right, so Series 2, Men's Tricks. Here is your running order. Dima Thompson from Switzerland will take to the water first, followed by Danny Tiexador of Spain, Evan Kraus of Canada, Alexander Gushail from Austria. Then we've got Callan Ashcroft of Australia. Then Sean Kraus of Canada, Federico Jaramillo of Colombia, Jack Silva of New Zealand, although he was a no-show for one of the previous events, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then Dominique Kuhn will round off Men's Series 2 tricks. All right, so let's get ready for a full days of action. Starting off with Dima Thompson, and he is on dockside right now getting ready, waiting for that boat to make its way back. Also a reminder that you can subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You can be a part of the conversation on the live chat that is present whenever we do have a webcast. And you can be informed as to the next time we go live by hitting the bell icon after you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Then. So, Nautique towboat making its way back. PCM 6.2 litre engine, 450 horsepower of grunt there. Nigel Sparrow, our driver, at the helm of that towboat. All right, the boat has returned and should already have our release person nearby for our Swiss competitor. It'll be Dima Thompson.
Speed 30.2, letter C.2, balance. 30.3. Correction, 30.2. Speed 50 ballast. C2.
Okay, that little whirring sound, a telltale sign that Dima Thompson's opening pass is going to consist of hand tricks, electing to go with some ballast, which is easily put into the towboat using the water pumps. So his first pass will be hand tricks, and we're going to get the signal, the green light from our officials, and then we will proceed on. The time currently stands at 2 minutes past 8 in the morning here in just outside Chapala. We are, it's pretty much the same as mountain time in the United States. We are at a fairly high elevation. All right, first skier up. Coming to us out of Switzerland, skis over at the Club Nautique Versoix, which has among its members Frederic Dompanlou, the president of the Federation Suisse of Water Ski and Wakeboard. Here he comes, Dima Thompson, setting the boat speed up. Opening pass will be hands. Past the Nautique buoy, and will make it his way in towards the trick course. Selecting C2 with 50% ballast in the boat. Ski line back to open things up. There we go, there's the five front reverse after a positional. Wake back, here he comes in for the first of his backflips. There's one, here's the next. Another one to follow with the flip twist back. Flip twister back to front. What does he have more? Oh, front, oh, steady as you like there with the front flip and nailing the opening pass, and that's going to give him some confidence going forward. That is Dima Thompson from Switzerland, getting things off on the right foot here in the tricks event. Speaking of right foot, that's exactly what he is forwards on that trick ski. Preferring to use the right wake, therefore. A little bit off axis with a couple of those high revolution wake 5 moves before he goes into the bulk of his points, which consist of the back flips. Just absolutely on song here. The flip twist back to front. Not too sure where we was going afterwards on this one, but he produced an absolutely solid front flip. And then that was pretty much it there for the 20 seconds that was awarded to him on pass number 1. And he'll be back into the course momentarily. That's Dima Thompson of Switzerland. All right, just slipping into water. Now we're transferring from his handle pass ski to the toe pass ski. We'll also take the weight out of the boat, so the wakes are behind are a little flatter, and the table's a little softer. Skier about to take to the water for Spain is Danny Tiexador. All right, toe pass now for Dima Thompson. All right, let's see what he does here. Looks like the toe foot is behind the standing leg, which would suggest that the first trick is the toe 5 back, which it was. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in. Oh, and getting in to all sorts of trouble there. balked from doing the toe wako, and unfortunately that unsettled him seriously going into the toe wake back-to-back. So losing some points as a result of that that momentary lapse of concentration there for Dima Thompson, whose championships so far here in Chapala haven't been exactly kind to him, taking the slalom event into consideration. But he certainly got the first pass away good. And the second pass didn't look all that bad up until the time he went into the Toho wrap-in. Tried to settle himself and reach for the rope, but nothing doing with that. And then he went to about 2 or 3 tricks further into the script and fell on that toe wake back-to-back. All right, that is Dima Thompson. Our next competitor up is going to be Gianni Tiexador, and he'll be going in with hand tricks for his opening pass as well. And we'll return right after this. Welcome back to continuing action here at the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Boca Laguna. Here is a skier who comes to us out of Madrid in Spain. It's Gianni Tiexador, who hasn't had any recent tournament scores, at least not recorded on the IWWF scoring, but he has tricked in excess of 5,000 points and upwards, actually over 6,000 points at one tournament. So here we go, Gianni Tiexador. Let's see if he's got what it takes to take the lead here. Deciding to go with toe tricks. No ballast in that towboat. Let's see what he's got on his opener. Toe back-to-backs, just winding on, toe 5 front. The arms are a little bit of a concern so far as his balance is concerned. There we go, toe wake O. Oh, toe wake line back-to-back towards the end. Oh, and tries to conjure up something along the lines of a toe wake line front. But Gianni Tiexador not looking at all bad there on pass number 1. And we will see what he will produce on pass number 2. Looking quite strong out there with the opening effort, especially his ability to stay balanced on that ski despite his arms winding down the car window, as it were. There's the toe wako, and does he have the toe wake line back, which he did. Then worked his way out towards the same wake with the toe wake line back-to-back. And turned a little bit in the wrong direction there if he was trying the toe wake line front. And in the water, and we will bring Gianni Tiexador back in for his second and final pass next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, welcome back to action. Danny Tiexador is halfway through his effort. He's getting ready for his second and final 20-second pass. And next skier to go, representing Canada, is going to be Evan Kraus. And we'll see him in just a moment as we have a look at our contingent of Spanish supporters along the shoreline. All right, let's see what we've got here. Danny Tiexador with a 25% ballast and riding with B1. The boat speed is 30.3 kilometers. Setting himself up well here. Running a fairly high clip on the boat. Let's see what he can do with it. Positional to the back, wake back to back, and it's reverse. Let's see if he can wind it on there. Ski line back to back. He's still there. Ski line, we're losing his axis and going down as a result. Just couldn't get much of anything going on there. Danny Tiexador successful through the first pass of toes, but the hands left a lot to be desired, unfortunately. He'll swim into the shore. He won't be particularly pleased with that effort as we move on. Looking at the instant replay from our shoreside camera, providing some telling pictures here. Now, the first few tricks didn't look too bad, and then he went into the ski line back to back, which is fine. But then he got the elevation, but unfortunately sank in just a little bit too much on the landing and just couldn't hold on to it. All right, then. So continuing right along, we've got Evan Kraus about to take to the water, and no doubt Neely Ross will be cheering him on as he takes to the water, and we'll see Evan Kraus, next competitor on the water. Here's the remainder of our starting list for this series of tricks, Series 2, and we'll be back right after this.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, welcome back. We've got Cole Grant in the boat. Our boat driver is Nigel Sparrow, and our camera person is Jeremy Scholl. Our dockside camera that you see being operated right now is courtesy of Alicia Bagnoli. Drone shots piloted by Connor Pauly. The man with the ones and the twos is Vincent Stadelbauer. And then we got our first score on the coming through. One of the first scores coming through, 3,500 points, 3,500 points for Danny Tiexador. We'll try and get you the score for Dima Thompson. All right, then, here we go. Dima Thompson, 30.6 kilometers. Here he comes. Evan Kraus. Good elevation. One of our taller skiers in this event. Look at this, going from one flick to the next. Piling on the points here. Ski line back to back, a little bit short of the top of the wake, but managing to get that trick done. Wake 5 front, Waco, and good skiing. All right, just a quick reminder to you that we've gotten some point scores already. Dima Thompson with 43.70, 4,370. And Danny Tiexador with 3,500 points. There is your current leaderboard. Alvira there with 5,500 points. Fletcher Holm with 5,180. Representing the top 2 scores and the only ones right now that have broken the 5,000 point barrier at this time. But Evan Kraus working his way through one trick to the next, including that ski line back to back. Getting a little bit bogged down before he went in for the 5 front and just couldn't really get that much release off the ski, but still able to get that trick down. And then the Waco at the end, and 20 seconds should have expired around about that time. All right, then, that's Evan Kraus, and we're going to see him with his second and final pass of toe tricks coming up to you next. All right, let's have a look and see what Evan Kraus has up his sleeve. Trains in Texas and Alberta in Canada. Looking and go through some of these moves here. Not looking too bad. Vulcan out than a reverse toe wake back to back, continuing to flow right along. Best score so far this season is 69.50. Whoa! Oh, and just driving the tip into the wake there towards the end. Going down and going down quite hard there. That's Evan Kraus from Canada. Trying to put as many tricks as he could there with the toe pass. Started off sprightly enough there with the toe 5 back. Then he went into the toe wake back to back and would ordinarily follow with the reverse toe wake back to back, but decided to stay up on top of the water in favor of the tricks that came afterwards, which involved the reverse toe back and the toe back to backs. There's the toe 5 front. There's the toe O, and then drove into the wake for the toe wake O. Good spin there, and then he tried the toe wake line O, which he managed to get, but the pull on the rope there was a little bit too much for him to handle as he made his way towards the wake for the next trick. And that's the end of Evan Kraus's effort as we work our way down the list. Next competitor up is Alexander Gashil of Austria, and we are going to see him on top of the water within the next few seconds. We'll be right back. All right, there, Alexander about to take to the water in men's Series 2 tricks. All right, then here we go, folks. Alexander Schiel from Austria. All right, then. So coming in on pass number one, his best score of last season was 7,500 points in the Austrian Nationals. Has tricked upwards of towards 8,000 points, as a matter of fact, in the Linz Open last season. So he's certainly a very capable athlete there on the tricking course. Question is, can he produce it right here? Toe wake back-to-back reverse, the first time we've seen that in this series of competition, but he's losing a bit of his balance, losing a bit of his momentum. Now he gets it back there with the toe wake lino, and just trying to use whatever remaining time that he had left, if he had any, to do the toe wake line back, but a little bit untidy there towards the middle portion of the run, but he stays on top of the ski, and we'll see what points go his way in the fullness of time. That is Alexander Schiel from Austria. Certainly the toe surface turns didn't look all that bad, and pulled short a little bit with that toe 5 front. Corrected himself in time for the toe wake O, which was predicated by the toe O into the wrap, and got strung out a little bit there with the toe wake line O, and got thrown out towards the outside of the opposite wake, exactly where he didn't want to be, but still managing to stay upright and go through his first pass. And when we return, we will see pass number 2 next. So, Nigel Sparrow, piloting the towboat. Alexander Schiel from Austria now, working his way in towards the course. Here he comes, going through the flip sequence. There we go, there's regular back flips. There we go, flip twist towards the back, and here's its reverse. Does he have anything by way of recovery? Ski line back to back, ski line O towards the end, ski line back, front flip. Oh, just about manages to land that one and ride that trick out. Good effort there. Certainly wasn't going to go down without a fight, and that is Alexander Schiel of Austria. Skiing into the dock. As we take a look here at Alexander Schiel going from one trick to the next and taking a little bit of time to recover. Evan Kraus in second place right now with 5450, 5,450 points for Evan Kraus, which puts him in the second spot right now between in second place behind Tono Teixeidor, I believe. We go towards the end, the ski line O, and then the ski line back, and then things are starting to settle down as he attempted the front flip, a well executed front flip. And that constitutes the balance of his effort. And when we return, we'll have Callan Ashcroft from Australia next. All right, here we go. Waiting on the score for Alexander Shiel, and in the meantime, we're going to bring on Callan Ashcroft. All right, Callan Ashcroft, who's tricked upwards of 7,660 points over at the New South Wales, Australia Capital Territory, Malibu State titles on the Molonglo River. It sounds like an intriguing place with a name like that, I guess. All right, here we go. Coming in, this is Callan Ashcroft, skiing at the Wagga facility in New South Wales. Here he goes. Positional to the back. Mo back. Here's the reverse. Nicely done. 2 flips in. Front flip. Nicely done with the third flip. There's the fourth one. Flip twist towards the back. Flip twist towards the back reverse. He's got one more that he can do. Flip twist back to front. Wake back, ski line back to back. Does he have anything more beyond this? A ski line back, Waco, and he just about stands up all the way through. That is Callan Ashcroft of Australia. Certainly got off to a very sprightly start there with the first of his Mo back-to-backs, and just looked absolutely on fire with those first 2 moves. Then he just sends it there for the front flip, almost completely over-rotating on that front flip, but managing to stay upright. Good twist there towards the back on flip number 4. Number 5 was its reverse, and then goes for the flip twist back to front, and then from here he's looking for just 1 or 2 more tricks, including the ski line back-to-back. Struggled to stay on top of the water towards the end, but should have had enough time to do the ski line back and then throw in a Waco just for good measure, as Callan Ashcroft now transitions from hand tricks to toe tricks, and we will see him back in just a few moments. Do not go away. All right, then. So, in the towboat there, we got Nigel Sparrow. Our camera person in the boat there is Jeremy Scholl. Francisco is manning the camera along the shore side on our tower cam. The view that you're getting is with our drone camera piloted by Connor Pauley. And at dockside, we'll have Alicia Bagnoli. Hopefully, we'll be getting the shot welcoming Callan Ashcroft back to the dock. But he has to stand up his second and final tow pass in order to make that happen. Here he comes. Toe 5 back, toe back to backs, toe 5 front, going slowly and deliberately here. Oh, and getting in out of shape there for the in preparation for the toe Waco. Now he's got to try and re-establish himself on top of the water. Goes for the reverse toe back, and when something goes wrong, it all goes wrong in most cases in terms of tricking. And Callan Ashcroft found that out to his cost. Alexander Gashil's score, 7,320 points, 7,320. We have a new leader, folks. And let's not forget, we've got a Series 1 trick-in coming up within the next few skiers. And we have 10 skiers there and 12 advance. So whoever's in the lead and in the second place position will advance through to the next round. And Alexander Schiel from Austria has certainly made an impact in that respect. But looking at Callan Ashcroft towards the end, just trying to edge, and I think he knew that with about 2.5, 3 seconds to go that the gig was up, and unable to get the tricks that he really wanted to with his toe run. All right then, so we now go on to our next competitor. This will be Sean Kraus from Canada. We'll see him next. All right then, for Sean Kraus, be chasing some of those point scores that you see, including his brother's score, Evan Kraus, who tricked to 54.50 not too long ago. All right, looking at one of our trickers getting ready, Pablo Font. Just trying to get stretched out and limbered up here, and we'll see how that manifests itself whenever he heads out into the water and tricks. All right then, folks, here we go. We have got Sean Kraus. Top score now is from Alexander Schiel with 7,320 points. Puts him about 1,500 points ahead of his nearest competitor. Here we go, Sean Kraus. Setting up well. It's going to be toe tricks with the 0 ballast in the boat and riding with Alpha 1. Decent spin there with the toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, and it's reverse. The surface toe back to backs, toe 5 front, losing his balance a little bit. Now he's got to stay in the game here. Hold on to toe Waco. There's the toe wake lino, toe wake line back, and just about survives that opening salvo of tricks there. That is Sean Kraus from Canada. Sean Kraus from Canada, as we see Florian Paff make his way back towards the dock. We'll see him very, very soon, but Sean Kraus, to his credit, has tricked in excess of 6,600 points at the Sunset Cup not too long ago. We saw him produce a score in the slalom event earlier on in this competition, as recently as yesterday in day 2 of action. We are in day 3. The last of our elimination rounds will take place today in our remaining events and series. Sean Kraus there with the toe Waco and then the toe wake lino with some excellent elevation, getting the tail of the ski over the line first. And then just recovered his balance long enough to stand up all the way through that run. All right, then, that was Sean Krause on pass number 1, and we'll see him come back on pass number 2 next. All right, looking on dockside, we're going to see Dominic Kuhn take to the water next. So one would assume that Jack Silver of New Zealand is a scratch. Always nervous times around the starting dock, especially for the tricks event. Here comes Sean Krause from Canada. Starting up sprightly there with his flip rotations. There we go. There's the half jack, decently landed there. There's the back flip. Here's a flip twist towards the back. Oh, yeah, flip twist back to front. Ski line O towards the end. What has he got remaining? Ski line back to back. There's the wake 5 back, and he stands up both runs. So giving himself the maximum possible opportunity of putting a score out there that could send him through to the next round. For Sean Krause's case, anything over 73.20 would probably do the trick there for him, as we see Blaze Grubbs warm up for his effort out there. We'll take a look at Sean Krause with the instant replay here. He gets good elevation there with the Mo back-to-back. And it's reverse. Then he goes into the half jack, which is a forward rotating front flip with the initial position being backwards, and not looking too bad at all as he drives on through the wakes there for flip number 5. Then does the ski line O. Then works his way towards the end with the ski line back-to-back, and looked pretty good there right the way up to the wake 5 back, which signified his last trick of the 20 seconds. All right, then. So next competitor up, our last competitor in Series 2, it's Dominic Kuhn. We'll see him next. All right, then. Looks like we've got a point score for Callan Ashcroft. 7,060 points. 7,060 points. That means that the top scorer in this event in Series 2 has a spot through to the final, and that is Alexander Shield with 7,320 points. So well done to him. Callan Ashcroft could also have a spot through to the next round unless his score is exceeded by Sean Krause and this competitor coming up right now from Austria, Dominic Kuhn. Setting up for pass number 1. Mo back-to-back. Mo back-to-back. Oh, and going down as he tried to recover there on the Mo back-to-back reverse. He knows the implications of that fall that early on into pass number 1. Now it would okay, so Dominic Kuhn will take a look at this limited amount of tricking that he was able to put into play here with pass number 1. Tried to recover, and his shoulder's way too far forward for him to do that effectively. So Dominic Kuhn actually has the option to repeat that handle pass. We'll see if he takes up that option when we see him back on pass number 2 next.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
All right, working our way through. We're at the final skier in men's series 2. We're going to go into men's series 1 without any break whatsoever, going straight into that top series of trickers. There's going to be 10 of them, which means that with 12 advancing, whoever is in the lead and in second spot right now out of series 2 will also advance. So let's have a look and see, shall we? With Dominic Kuhn coming into the course momentarily for pass number 2. Nigel Sparrow piloting that towboat. Dominic Kuhn's mom, Claudia, is keeping things safe and giving some advice and holding on to that release. Here we go, Dominic Kuhn exercising the option of repeating his handle pass. Flip twist to the back. Does he have anything more? Yes, he does. Front flip, ascends it, and unfortunately not getting much height. And that will probably, for all intents and purposes, keep him out of the final round of competition in the men's tricking event. Still waiting on the score for Sean Krause, and if this score is anything over 7,060 points, it would see him through to the next round of the competition. Certainly looking a lot better with the flips on the repeat of his handle passer right here on pass number 2. Tries to go for the front flip, but initiated the turn way too late off the top of the wake, and just sending him into the water, and unfortunately constitute the end of his effort. All right then, so we're about to be joined by some Latin American skiing legends here. We've got Carlos Lamadrid Jr. How are you doing, sir?
Very good, Tony. Good morning. Thank you.
And we've got a former world champion coming to us out of Argentina. It is Javier Julio. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing really well. There you go. I'm doing really well, Tony. What about you?
I'm doing pretty good. Having to drink probably more than my weight in water, I guess, but it's life in this part of the world. All right, then, we've got Florian Paf from Italy taken to the water first. Vincenzo Marino will be up next, followed by Blaze Grubbs, and then Clarence Laveau, Tobias Georges. And those first 5 skiers are actually strong contenders for the overall competition. As we work our way down this list, we've got Pablo Font, Jay Cableson, Matias Gonzalez, Martin Labra, and Pato Font as well. All right then, so looks like we see a couple of our competitors warming up on the tennis court. But once they're good and ready and limber, we'll hope to see them very, very soon. All right there, Florian Paff, who was one of the skiers of the day yesterday on the strength of his slalom skiing. We got a score for Sean Kraus, and it's enough to send him through 7.250, 7.250. So now we're into Series 1. So Alexander Schiel and Sean Kraus provisionally through to the next round of the competition. And looking to join them is our skier on the water right here and now. It is Florian Paff from Italia. Coming in on pass number 1. Let's see if he can benefit from some of that positive energy that came away from his slalom performance. 29K, Bravo 2 with 25% weight. Let's see what he's got. Ski line back to get things up and running. Ooh, a little bit hesitant there as he went into his first 5 front. Now he goes in for the first of his flips. Nicely done. Skiing out of San Gervasio, the Jolly Ski facility in the northern part of Italy. Flip twister back to the front. Does he have anything more? Wake 5 back. And I think he'll be rather grateful more than anything there, Javier, that he was able to survive past number 1.
Yeah, Tony, I think that was a really good hand pass for Florian. We got to think he's doing the trick event for his overall, right? He did an amazing slalom score yesterday. He's a great jumper. So his job is definitely to stand up both of his passes, and I think that's what he just did on his hand pass, looking pretty good.
And anything you need to add there, Carlos?
Yes, looking great. We saw him yesterday doing a great job on the slalom ski, and as you mentioned, he's not only fighting on the trick event, but he's trying to get a score for the overall competition. And Javi, I think you can give us your thoughts and feelings of how are these skiers, these first few skiers on the overall competition are going to come into the dock. What's the deal? What are they feeling before getting into the water to begin their trick event at the World Championships?
Yeah, it's like what I just said about Florian, and the next skier they are in the kind of same scenario. I mean, you're in the dock, and you know that you're capable of making the trick finals, but you also know that you have to stand up to keep going for the overall battle, which is super important. So it's like you have too much stuff in your brain in that moment. You know, it's like you have to stand up. So this is why these skiers, you don't see them hammering the trick passes. You know, you kind of go like you just saw Florian going 1 trick at a time. You gotta make sure, because you might not make the cut, because if you look at the trick field, I mean, we have the best triggers in the world here. And some are open, right, Tony?
Yes, indeed. I mean, we've got Pato Font right up at the very end here. The one thing that Florian Paff has in his favor right now is because he scored 4.5 at 10.75 meters yesterday, he is the top overall skier in the slalom event, and he has the 1,000 points currently in his back pocket right now. Let's see what he can do with pass number 2 right here. This is Italy's Florian Paff. Just trying to work it from one trick to the next. Certainly knows the implications beyond the tricks event. There we go with the Toho. Toho into wrap there. Toeko working it from one trick to the next. Obviously, the anxiety is starting to set in now. He knows he's getting close towards the end. 20 seconds should be expired, and around about that time, There we go. Florian Pfaff is off to an absolutely belter of an overall score right now, and anything over 7,060 points will ensure himself through to the next round of the competition in the tricks event. And Carlos, I mean, he just looked absolutely superb. Trick to trick, one at a time. He was very methodical out there.
Yes, looked great. One trick at a time. Javier, tell us your thoughts about this trick pass and what was his feeling, what was going through his mind.
Well, you can see his feeling at the end of the run, right? That's where.
All right then, folks, we're back live. Apologies, we had a brief a power outage, which unfortunately prevented us from transmitting for the last few minutes. But you have not missed a thing, ladies and gentlemen. We're right up to date so far as the scoring. We just saw Dominique Kuhn and Florian Pfaff trick. We just saw Florian Pfaff stand up on both 22nd passes. And now Italy bring on another triple threat overall skier. It's going to be Vincenzo Marino. He'll be taken to the water next. Boat is at the starting dock right now. No change in the crew. Elizabeth Galli is in the towboat and will now call upon Vincenzo Marino. Looks like we got a score for Florian Pfaff. It's 47.90. 47.90. Seems to be a little bit low, 47.90. And when I plug that into the overall scoring for Florian Pfaff, 47.90, 4790. That gives him about 924 overall points based upon the current top overall score from an overall skier, which is 51.80 from Fletcher Holm, who still has the 1,000 points in the tricks event in the overall competition right now. So how long it stays that way for, we'll find out in the next few minutes. All right, then. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Alexander Shield with a 73.20. He's through to the next round, and so too is Sean Kraus on 72.50. And another skier through to the next round by that score of Florian Pfaff is Callan Ashcroft. Here comes Vincenzo Marino. Pass number 1. Positional to the back. There's the mode back-to-back. Goes for the flip twist back to the front and goes in for regular flips. Flip twist to the back. There we go. Fantastic. Oh, there you go. There's another flip there towards the end. We're going to have to take a look at the instant replay to identify that one, but that was... and going down rather hard there towards the end. Running up a very high clip there so far as his boat speed was concerned. That's why the wakes appear to be quite narrow for him. But let's have a look at this, Javier.
He's starting with the mode back-to-back and going into the reverse, looking... No, he did it back to front, not a reverse. Might be smart. Just a couple of regular flips. Remember, like we were talking before, he's also going in for the overall. He slalom 2.5 at 39, 10.75, so he has to stand up. And he's looking really pretty good out there. Ski line O. Couple of wake 5s. And going into the ski line back to back, and wow.
Taking a big old hit there,
Yeah.
Carlos, and you know, good looking pass though. I mean, right up until about 18 and a half, 19 seconds, around about the time that he fell. As we look at the starting dock and see another overall thread about to take to the water in the former Blaze Grubs, and some good skiing here so far, gentlemen.
Yes, as we saw, probably all his pass was good. Maybe the judges will call that he fell on the front, so ski line back-to-back, it will give him a lot of points. As we were mentioning and we were looking at the running order, it's incredible of all the amount of good overall skiers that are about to come into the water. It's they're all having great scores, and we know all their capabilities. Super good overall skiers. All of them are, as Javier said, going one trick at a time, trying to get as many points as possible in this round. And let's see what Vincenzo has for the second pass. Javier, what do you think about his first pass and coming out from that great slalom ski set that he had yesterday?
That was a great hand pass. From my point of view, it looked pretty clean. We gotta wait on the judges. We always have to wait on the judges. I'm a little. I thought Florian's score was gonna come a bit higher, but this is a trick events. The judges are looking out there. They have the cameras, and things are fair for everyone up there. Okay, here he comes for his toe pass.
All right then, setting the boat speed quite high for toes. Zero ballast in the boat, alpha 2, 30K. Let's have a look and see what he's got there. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back. Toe 8 back to back reverse. Keeping that toe foot close to standing leg. Critical to maintain balance. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out. Toe 0 straight back in. Toe wake 0. Good elevation there. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back. Oh, and good elevation even more there. Toe wake line back to back. There's its reverse. Oh, there you go. Stand up all the way through. And the Azzurri of Italia are certainly cheering right now as they bring not only one but two skiers back to the dock after two successful 20-second runs each. That is Vincenzo Marino.
Let me tell you, Tony, I mean, overall skiers, they are out there trying to make the cutting tricks, have a good, decent score for the overall battle, and these two guys from Italy, they stood up, they did their job. Good on them.
So Italia, once again, coming out on the overall competition. For many years, we were used to see a lot of great Italian skiers, but on a single event competition. I think many years ago, maybe you might remember some good overall skiers back in the days. But I think for you never had too many Italian overall skiers competing, Javier.
No. I'm pretty old. No, I mean, I started the overall the last, when Patrice was coming out, then it was, of course, my hero Jared and Jimmy Simmers, Oleg Deviatowski, Ryan Green from Australia, my buddy. That was, then Adam Settelmeyer came in the battle. That was pretty much the field I used to ski. We used to ski together back in the day.
Okay, so it looks like we're having the new generation. Well, we know we have the top best overall skiers right now, and amazing skiers, Dorian and Joe Poland, and some other skiers over 21. But right now, looking at this running order, it's incredible of the potential of all these overall skiers that are about to come on, to hit the water.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I mean, I'm so passionate about it. I just love the overall, and I mean, looking at Dorian and Joe and all these kids. I mean, we have good future of skiing out there.
It's great to hear.
All right, we have Blaze Grubs next, Tony, from the USA.
Yes, from the United States, and their top overall skier in respect to U21s and indeed Open. Probably will be looking forward to an appearance at the World Elite Championships, which will take place in the latter part of October. But for the moment, he's in the U21s. Let's see what he's got. Coming to us out of California. Let's see what he has. Here comes the move back-to-back. Yes, opening move. Case in the second wake, but still managing to get it done. There's the front flip. Flip number 4, it's going to be the flip twist back. And there's flip number 5, the flip twist back reverse. Flip twist back to front. Ski line O. What did he have? Have some more ski line back-to-back.
That was good hand pass, Tony.
Yeah,
really
looking good from start to finish all the way through, and seems to be on to a very, very sprightly start. And Blaze Grubbs, for his part, looking to try and pile on some points to keep his challenge for overall supremacy very much alive.
I think that was a great pass. Once again, Blaze Grubbs, very clean. Let's see what the judges have to say. And I want to go back a bit. Javier, we were talking about what they have to do. Stand up the run, start getting deeper in the overall competition. Then comes the jump to close the overall deal. But what do you think about what they've been going through the past months? What they've been doing in the water for many, many hours, not only in one event, each one of them. And I used to see you practice at Pico Ski School many years ago. And I remember when you had a very good day or a very bad day, and the good day you had to have all 3 events pretty much on dial.
Oh yeah, I mean, 3 events is something unique, and I think it depends. I mean, we are all different. In my case, I used to go out there 100%. I mean, you drove the boat for me for many years, Carlitos, with Corey in the boat, and every set, every practice set for me in my mind was like a tournament set. That was how I did my career. Now, being retired and with the newspaper of Monday, like we said back home, maybe I should have done something different because there was a lot of pressure, but that made me very consistent on the water. I was known by being pretty consistent, and I think that's because I did my practice on the water like a tournament set all my life.
Yes, I remember that, and I want to be more clear in this. Not every set was a tournament. Every pass was a tournament set. Every pass something had to be done better. So I remember, and it's amazing what all these overall skiers have to go through. It's a lot of time in the water, a lot of mindset, and let's see, hopefully he does very good in his toe pass.
All right, then here he comes, toe pass with setting on Bravo 3, a little over 30K. There's the toe 5 front, here comes the toe O's. Toe Waco, what has he got? Oh, and falling there.
He was doing good. Good start of the toe run. He did a toe go out a little bit on his heels. Couldn't bring that rope in enough and just landed toe I know and fell backwards.
Started off.
He started off with toe 5 back, a couple of toe back-to-backs going into toe 5 front right here, Tony. What do you think, Carlos?
I think he was going really good, going one trick at a time. As I was saying, all these overall skiers are just going one by one, and he fell on a toe wiggle. I know the big tricks were up ahead, but maybe that's enough for him to make the cut, and he can probably have the opportunity to go all in the finals and add some more points to the overall scores. We know the trickers are getting better and better, and all these guys are just trying to get as many points as possible, but really to get into the podium here, we're talking about over 11,000 points. And now we have so many good trickers up ahead that hopefully, as we're just getting a new score of Vincenzo Marino, 80 points.
That's
so
good.
It's getting the leadership.
Yeah, good on him. That's a good, you see, he went out there, he stood up, he made a cut in tricks, and he has one more chance to improve his trick score for his overall. And the same in slalom. Good on him. Congrats.
That's great. Yeah, the overall competition is getting really good. We've seen the dog getting ready. All these next years. Clarence, he's been practicing here for more than 3 weeks. He was able to ski on the Mexican Nationals a couple of weeks ago and had some good scores and some mistakes that for sure he thought about him, and I think being able to ski here in a tournament before the Worlds, to feel that little amount of pressure and adrenaline, that knowing that it's going to be a lot more at the Worlds, but you get that adrenaline, and hopefully he gets everything set. He's been tricking really good. We're going to see a great performance, and hopefully he does his best.
Yeah, let me tell you about Clarence a bit. He's young. I saw him skiing at Junior Worlds in January, and he's also in the overall battle. I mean, he's a really good free-eventer, young, and it's amazing how much this kid improved in the last 2 years. I mean, we've seen this kid at Masters this year, and 2 years ago he was not learning how to ski, but it's incredible. Good luck.
Right, then.
Good luck for him.
Okay, setting up on the C1 with 30 kilometers. This is Clarence Laveau of France, one of our overall contenders. If he can manage to pull off a stand-up performance with 2 20-second runs, seems to have a very confident look about him with the first pass of toe tricks, going from one to the other. Toe wake line back to back, a couple of toe sides outside the wake, toe wake line O towards the end, and yeah, he's definitely very pleased about that. No two ways about that. That is Clarence Laveau. Just a quick note that 84.80, that score from Vincenzo Marino, gives him the 1,000 points right now. This early on into the overall battle there, Javier.
Yes, like I told you before, Tony, I mean, great score. He made the cut, so he has one more chance to improve that score for his overall. He's in a good scenario. I mean, great slalom score, good trick score. He's good.
All right, and the score that we're looking at is anything over 55.50 to make the cut. Pablo Alvira of Colombia currently has that score. That's currently on the bubble right now. And, you know, for 5,500 points, you know, for some of our top skiers towards the end, that's one pass for one or two of these competitors towards the end, Carlos.
Yeah, these next skiers are at such a high level. I mean, they're one of the best skiers in the world, not only on the under-21 Worlds. This is a really hard Series 1 men's trick prelims. I think it's maybe one of the toughest prelims that has had in many years in under-21 Worlds. We'll see what the scores come out. So now we have a new score from Blaise Grobs, 72.30. We knew that he could do more, and we don't know. He's probably on the bubble.
Well, 72.30 should be enough to see him through. I mean, we've got 5 skiers that have already made it through. We've got Blaise Grobs and Vincenzo Marino. We've got Sean Krause with 72.50, Callan Ashcroft with 7,060, Alexander Shield with 73.20, and those are the 5 skiers that we've seen so far right now. And we've got however many skiers left. We got 7 skiers remaining.
Okay, so he should be happy with that, and then he can give it all in at the finals. Now we have Clarence with the big hand pass. He had a great toe pass, and hopefully he comes out going out on the back-to-backs, back to front flip. Wow. Flip, half twist, ski line back-to-back, wake front.
Look at this.
Ski line, no. Wow, ski line back. Great. That's
nice. And a front flip at the end.
Wow.
Wow.
That's amazing. Super good skiing for Clarence. I'm telling you, it's one of the best sets that I have seen him done here in Chapala. It took him
Wonderful.
a couple of practice sets to get both pass in, and wow, that's amazing score for sure. Tanguy in the boat. His coach is really pleased with that, and let's see what the judges say.
Yeah, absolutely. Clarence Laveau was right from the get-go. Looked in very, very good shape, including that that half jack there. Beautifully executed flips there, and actually made his momentum work for him a little bit, especially when it came down towards the end here with the ski line back. Not afraid to use the second wake to soften up the landing, and ski line O towards the end, and Clarence Laveau certainly has a shot at the overall competition, and front flip at the end, a couple of sides, and Javier, there's plenty to like about that performance.
Absolutely. Like I told you before, I'm impressed of this kid, how much he improved in the last couple of years. That was a big campus. Did you guys see that? I mean, that was big, beautiful. Everything was, from my point of view, look credit. I hope his last front flip is in time, but definitely we're going to see Clarence in the next round.
All right then, so skier about to take to the water, a skier that you know pretty well.
Yes, I do.
Now we go to a Spanish translation porque la barra argentina está de pie. Sabemos que todo el mundo está pegado al webcast. Tobías Georgis de Argentina. Javier, cuéntanos un poco de Tobías.
Bueno, ¿qué puedo decir de Toby? Toby es lo mejor que tiene Argentina hoy día. Yo tengo un afecto muy, muy grande por Tobito, como yo le digo. Tuve la suerte de entrenarlo durante muchísimos años y la verdad, él pone su alma, pone su todo en cada entrenamiento, en cada competencia. Recién tuve una pequeña charla con él. Ojalá le ayude para que, bueno, ahora haga lo que tenga que hacer, figura por figura, quedar parado, como decimos, para asegurarse el pase a la final y la pelea por el overall, que sabemos que Tobito tiene muchísimas posibilidades. Vamos, Toby.
Venga, Tobías, empezando muy bien con un top 5 back, top way back to back reverse. Los top back to back reverse preparándose para los giros de afuera. Lamentable caída. Lamentable, sabíamos lo que estaba dedicándole el entrenamiento, todo eso eran giros de trámite que lo ponen se ponía en una tratando de buscar una buena postura para empezar a enfrentar los giros de la estela, que son los de mayor puntaje, y creo que esta caída es lamentable para Tobías. Sabemos el esfuerzo que le ha dedicado, el entrenamiento, las horas de entrenamiento, viene de entrenar de Orlando varias semanas, aquí estuvo 3 semanas entrenando, y bueno, una caída en el top 5 front que por lo visto creo que se quedó sin cuerda, se le tensó la cuerda, y bueno, lamentable caída para Tobías.
All right then, and we'll move on to our concluding portion of Tobias Georges' performance with the second pass right after this.
tenemos un score de Clarence Lavaux de 8,720. Estamos esperando la segunda pasada de Tobias Georgis, pero estábamos viendo a los scores. Javier, vemos que Tobias todavía tiene muchas posibilidades de pasar a la final. Él lo sabe que una muy buena pasada de manos también le puede volver a dar la oportunidad de enfrentar la final y mejorar su score ahí.
Exactamente, Carlos, vamos, ahí empezó. Ahora seguramente va para un front flip. El flip cayendo en back to front. Skill I know, back, Wi-Fi front, Wi-Fi back. Bien, Tobito, bien. Como recién decíamos con Carlos durante la tanda de publicidad, vimos que necesita un score que sea mayor a 5.500 puntos para asegurarse el pase a la final y seguir con su pelea para el overall, que yo tengo fe que Tobito va a estar ahí arriba y yo estoy seguro que tiene que haber llegado a esos 5.500 puntos. Así que esperemos el juzgados, acá vemos la repetición de su pasada. Déjenme contarles que seguramente Toby encaró esta pista con muchísima presión y hizo lo que tenía que hacer. Una figura tras de otra, quedó parada y ahora espera el resultado. Y ojalá lo volvamos a ver en la final, yo creo que sí.
Gran pasada de Tobías. Javier, como lo mencionaba, estábamos viendo los scores y estaba enfrentando una de sus pasadas más difíciles de su vida. Sabía que tenía que sacar todos sus giros, tenía que sacar todo el puntaje que más podía para tener la posibilidad de estar en la final. Y bueno, creo que le cambia todo el panorama. Estamos seguros de que estará en la final y sabemos de que enfrentará esta final de figuras de una diferente manera, en donde puede tomar muchos puntos y podrá sacar podrá tener esa revancha en la final. Qué mejor de haber salido de este error que tuvo, pero tener una oportunidad de volver a dar lo mejor de ti en la final.
Exactamente. Los torneos no se ganan en una esquiada, los torneos duran 4 días y el esquiador de overall suele ir creciendo dentro del torneo. Así que si ojalá Toby esté en la final, yo sé que Toby, conozco su cabeza, va a empezar un nuevo torneo mañana. Así que esperemos el puntaje y bueno, esto es deporte, parte de la vida. Vamos, Toby.
Qué grande, Toby.
Okay, skier on the water right now is a skier out of Mexico. It is Pablo Font. Incidentally, that score from Clarence Lavaux is 87.20, is the top score among our overall contenders right now, so he currently has the 1,000 points at this time.
Great. Ahora, México, atención, México en el agua. Pablo Font, especialista en figuras, uno de nuestros mejores triqueros que México ha tenido, un gran esquiador de una familia de grandes esquiadores. Sergio Font, su tío, arriba de la lancha. Sabemos que Jorge está muy atento, está nervioso viendo a su hijo. Vamos Pablo, vamos por su primer pasada de toes. Empezamos con un toe 7.
Toe 7 front there.
Seguido de un toe 5 back, toe way back, toe back reverse. Acomodándose para los próximos giros. Bien, Pablo acomodándose, tuvo un titubeo ahí, pero está muy en control, muy bien en los toe lines. Wow. Toe line 5 back, increíble, Pablo, muy buena pasada, un poco de titubeo, pero salió adelante y todos los giros muy limpios. Javier, ¿qué opinas?
Maravilloso, si ustedes ven cómo nosotros tuvimos la suerte de verlos entrenar a los chicos, qué diferencia hay entre un set de entrenamiento y un set de torneo, ¿no? Cuando las piernitas empiezan a temblar, acá tiene un buen comienzo con su toe 7, toe 5, y bueno, después ahí se mueve un poquitito, pero la verdad logra volver muy inteligentemente, volver al lugar correcto detrás del bote, ahí es donde me refiero, para encarar el muy buen final de su pasada.
All right, then. So, as we continue to look at the instant replay, I've got some good news for you, Javier.
Tell me, please.
Tobias Georges, 61.10.
There you go. There you go. Congrats, Toby. That's awesome. Like we were talking before, I know now it's all up to his head to start a new tournament tomorrow, so good.
So now that Javier, that we're coming into this trick specialist, especialista en tricks. Bueno, primeramente saludos a Jorge y a Tere, que seguramente están muy atentos a la transmisión. Les deseamos lo mejor, mucha buena vibra a Pablo. Se vio muy sólido en esta primera pasada. Sabemos que siendo un especialista son pasadas de trámite que tienen que enfrentar estos especialistas. Cambia un poco ahorita ya la dinámica. Estos overolistas ya estuvieron esquiando, ya vienen del agua, ya su torneo ya arrancó desde ayer o desde antier. ¿Qué opinas, Javier, ahorita ya con todos estos especialistas, que es la primera vez que se meten al agua en este mundial?
Sí, como tú dices, ahora es como que otro chip, estamos viendo especialistas. Pablo Front también, increíble lo que ha mejorado en estos últimos años, y si no estoy equivocado, hace poquito hizo su récord personal de 11.000 puntos, clasificó a su primer US Masters The Open, pasando a la final. O sea, wow, impresionante, joven, de una familia figuristas muy amigos míos. O sea, hay mucho trick skiing por delante. Vamos, Pablo.
Vamos, Pablo, pasada de manos, se prepara, empieza con una serie de flips de alto grado de dificultad. Esperemos que sea una muy buena pasada, lo mejor para Pablo.
All right, here we go. It's Pablo Font Case in the second wake there with his first two flip moves. There he goes. There's the front flip. What does he have? Flip twist towards the back. Here he goes with the reverse. What does he have remaining? Flip twist to the front. Does he have anything more? Yes. There we go with the ski line 5 front. Does he have any more with the ski line back to backs? All right. I think he's probably put himself through to the final. What do you say, Carlos?
Grande Pablo, muy bien esquiado, muy rápido los flips. Lo vimos saliendo de todos los flips con poco altura, pero se le da muchísima velocidad para salir de cada uno de los flips. Vi un flip cayendo en back y inmediatamente se fue al flip del back to front. Javier, recuerdo, ¿qué opinas de los flips y lo que ellos piensan cuando están haciendo cada uno de estos flips para encarar el que sigue?
A ver, estamos hablando de seguramente nuestro primer score en el torneo de cerca de 11.000 puntos o 11.000 puntos. Si ven a la velocidad que van, es un momento en el, después de tanto entrenamiento, es confiar en el talento que tienen, en que saben hacer las cosas, y es salir a hacer lo que saben hacer una vez más. Suena fácil, pero ese es el challenge, ¿no? Y la verdad acá la pasada de manos de Pablo fue maravillosa, con muy buen ritmo, muy buen timing, y seguramente tengamos nuestro primer score de 11.000 puntos.
Increíble lo que hizo Pato, muy contento, seguramente
Pablo
estará ahorita en primer lugar, veremos su score final, y realmente una pasada otra vez que mencionábamos de trámite, pero que al final también tienes que sacar esos nervios, tienes que enfrentarlo, y es un reto personal muy fuerte aquí. Cada uno de estos esquiadores está compitiendo no tienes a nadie enfrente, es competir contigo mismo, competir mentalmente, físicamente, para posicionarte dentro de los scores que haya, pero realmente es un reto 100% personal.
Sí, definitivamente. Okay, who's next, Tony?
Okay, next competitor up is represents the United States of America. It is Jake Abelson. And within the next few seconds, we'll see our second complete overall score from our competitors. The only complete overall score that we've seen so far in this competition is from Fletcher Holm, the first competitor in this competition to complete the slalom trick and jump performance. And the second one that you will see is coming into the course right now, he jumped 47.7 meters yesterday, and also backed that up with a 3 at 11.25 meter slalom performance shortly before that. But this will complete his overall competition, at least in the opening round. Let's see what Jake Abelson can do. 26.7 kilometers, and not running too much weight right now. There we go. There's the toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back. And it's reverse. Good, solid elevation there as he works his way through. Oh, very slow there with that toe wrap in. Toe 8 lino. Does he have anything more? Toe 8 line back. toe-wake line back to back, and it's reverse. Superb effort there. Toe-wake line 5 back just for good measure, knowing full well that he had about a couple of seconds to spare, and then he threw something like that there, Javier.
Yeah, you can see the nerves, what I was talking before, the nerves on that toe run. I mean, the tournament set is completely different than the practice set. I mean, Jake, he tricked 11-3 at the U.S. Masters, won the Junior U.S. Masters, I mean, only 15 years of age, if I'm not wrong. And he's capable of winning this event. But before, he needs to make sure he makes the cut.
Yeah, indeed. And knowing that anything over 55, 50 points will actually do that, you know, it's probably not the highest of cut marks that he's ever had to try and exceed, you know, and sometimes that can be a little detrimental at times, forcing the skier to ski conservatively when they're not used to doing it there, Carlos.
Yes, exactly. But they have to have, we know that they have a great mindset. They are going to go all in of what they have to do, one trick at a time, maybe a few tricks at the end, it won't be on time, but they cannot slow down. They are used to going fast. They are used to working with the speed, and this guy, Jake, it's amazing. You know very well Mariana, his mother, and all his family. It's a great, Richard, a great family of skiers, and Jake, it's great, great athlete. He's amazing gymnastics. So all these tricks that he does, he can do it also. He can do it on the ground.
All right, let's see what our tricker can conjure up there with his second and final 20-second pass. He's back on top of the water. Knows that the task isn't by any means complete. We've seen Tobias Georges get through to the next round of the competition by tricking 61.10.
We see Richard in the boat, his father making sure everything is good. Here, everything is so special. You know, all the key things now that the boat has, all the features that it has, it's amazing. And the pin person is a super important person in the boat right now.
All right, just going through his flips there, the flip twist back. There we go, there's another front flip. What has he got towards the end? Look at this, ski line 5 front. Does he have anything more? Ski line 0, a positional to the back, ski line back to back. Great skiing there from Jake Abelson. Standing up both runs. Oh, and then produces a flip towards the end, out of time. Just for a little bit of showmanship there. That is Jake Abelson. He's through to the next round of the competition. He's supremely confident about that and working it out pretty good there, Javier, on that new good Avalon trick ski.
Yeah, that was a huge hand pass. As you can see, he did 2 mobs back-to-backs going into a front flip. From here, he's going into the reverse front flip. I'm telling you, only 15 years of age. He's doing a back landing, and he's going into the half jack right here. And into the ski line sequence with the ski line 5 back going into probably ski line 5 front. Like I told you, Tony, this is pro skiing right now, right here in Guadalajara.
All right, then. So, and with that, let's get a new point score, and it takes the lead.
Wow.
Pablo Font, 11,010.
Sorry, Tony, that's what I was talking with Carlo when Pablo skied. I thought, and I said that was probably the first score over to 11,000 points. Congrats, Pablo, great skiing.
Congratulations, Pablo, great skiing. As we mentioned, all these next skiers are capable of winning Open World Championships, super high score, and we still have many more trickers to go. Jake could probably be around that score. Now we have Matias, then we have Tincho, Labra, and then we have Pato Font. So great skiers coming up, and I think we have to go now on Spanish. We know a lot of people in Chile, all their parents and grandparents are watching it, so Let's go, Javier, on Spanish for this great kid, great skier, one of the best in the world, world champion, Matías González.
Sí, Mati es una maravilla, miren el tamaño de Mati. Y antes estábamos hablando del overall y de esquiar figura por figura. Quiero que vean y que disfruten la velocidad que tiene Mati sobre el esquí. También con muy corta edad, ya campeón del mundo. La verdad, Mati, un futuro para el evento de figuras maravilloso. Así que vamos a desearle la mejor de las suertes para Mati. Por supuesto, también el objetivo de él estos son 2 torneos para él. Uno, pasar a la eliminatoria, pasar a la final y por supuesto ir con todo en la final. Vamos, Mati.
Vamos, Mati, estuvo aquí entrenando algunos días en el lago, lo vimos muy sólido, es increíble lo que tiene, el potencial que tienen ya estos esquiadores. Se le vio muy alegre arriba del esquí, así enfrentará, tiene mucha experiencia a nivel mundial, lo vemos enfrentando ya, está media pasada y empiezan los giros de la estela, que son los de alto nivel de dificultad. Empieza con el toe wake line O y arranca con los toe wake line back, toe wake line back, toe wake reverse. Increíble, Mati, termina con un toe wake line 5 back. Javier, ¿qué le pasó ahí sobre la mente? Porque tuvo que ajustar, independientemente, él quería salir al 100% de esta pasada, pero tuvo la capacidad de acomodarse, componerse y seguir sumando.
Les comenté que iban a ver lo que era esquiar rápido. Miren a la velocidad que iba Mati, iba rapidísimo, perfecto, con muchísima confianza. Pero bueno, a veces cuando uno va así tan rápido no es fácil. Y acá tuvo una pequeña trastabillaba, como decimos, pero miren cómo salió de ese problema. Inteligentísimo, maravilloso. Simplemente, perdió un giro, seguramente fuera de tiempo el último, pero excelente trabajo. El objetivo es pasar a la final y la verdad cómo resolvió ese problema Matías fue maravilloso.
Exactamente, increíble. Sabemos que piensan que hay que pasar a la final, pero Matías está un poco enojado consigo y con él mismo porque fue un titubeo en un toe wake O que no tendría ningún problema, pero pues eso pasa, hay que seguir adelante. Posiblemente el toe wake line 5 back está fuera de tiempo, eso es lo que está pensando, y es un giro de alto grado de mucho puntaje, pero bueno, no pasa nada y viene a su pasada de manos. Increíble también ahorita con los scores que nos están reportando. Jake Abelson también rompe la barrera de los 10,000 puntos. Javier, estos niños, 10,120 puntos de Jake Abelson, lo pone en segundo lugar. Lo vemos muy fácil, los vemos esquiar muy fácil, pero lo que están haciendo arriba del agua es algo increíble. El tiempo que le tienen que dedicar para llegar a este nivel y poder lograrlo es increíble.
Sí, exactamente, es lo difícil de las figuras. O sea, es un evento, hablando un poquito de figuras, es un evento que requiere muchísima paciencia, porque es un evento en el que uno aprende en base a la caída. Uno debe como caerse 1.000.000 de veces para ir mejorando y aprendiendo. O sea, es un challenge, trick skiing, pero es maravilloso. Bueno, ahora viene Mati para su segunda pista. También vamos a ver seguramente una serie de increíbles flips con muchísima velocidad, pero él sabe que también, yo creo que Mati con su primer pista estaba cerca de la final, pero bueno, vamos Mati. Empezando con la serie de mobs, el primero con su reverse. Ahí viene maravilloso ese half chuck, flip cayendo en back, yendo para el siguiente. Ahora va para un front flip. Miren qué técnica y qué velocidad. Ski line O, wake 5 front, wake 5 back, rapidísimo. Wake 7, wow. Impresionante. Y él está contento. Felicidades, Mati, excelente performance. Y repito, esa titubeada en su primer pista, cómo resolvió, habla de un campeón. Muy bueno.
So some great trick in there from Matias Gonzalez. About halfway through that pass, I was already penciling him as being a competitor in the men's trick final. Matias Gonzalez.
Increíble, Matías. Seguramente Vale estaba muy atenta en el webcast. Saludos a Vale. Gran pasada de manos. Sin duda alguna puede estar arriba de los 11,000 puntos a pesar de ese titubeo que tuvo en la pasada de pies. Es increíble el nivel que tienen. Y recuerden, Matías y Jake tienen 15 años de edad. Lo que les espera, la velocidad a la que la lancha va es Javier, perdón por decirlo, pero es velocidad de niños.
Sí, por
Van
supuesto.
muy despacito.
Sí, por supuesto. O sea, es cuando Mati crezca y la velocidad del bote empiece a incrementar, si ustedes están viendo la velocidad con la que está esquiando, va a ser un trueno. O sea, es maravilloso. A mí me encanta ver este grupo de chicos porque lo que han hecho, han llevado figuras a otro nivel. O sea, es maravilloso. Y bueno, ¿a quién tenemos en el muelle?
Increíble, la barra chilena sigue de pie. Venimos de Matías González y ahora pasamos a Martín Labra, Tincho, un excelente esquiador, seguramente toda la familia de pie en el webcast. Por aquí tenemos a los abuelos, pero en casa está la mamá, la Cata, Toti, Pipe, todo Miranda Esquí, Tanguy en el release, todo Chile de pie también. Increíble este dúo, este gran dúo de chilenos triqueros, campeones del mundo, récord poseedores también. Tincho es el actual poseedor del récord mundial juvenil y poseedor también del récord mundial de overall. No nada más está compitiendo en figuras, es una de sus cartas fuertes. Ahorita la modalidad de figuras, estará compitiendo por el oro en figuras, pero también está compitiendo por el overall. ¿Qué le está pasando ahorita por su cabeza, Javier?
Exactamente, Carlos. Acá volvimos al principio de esta serie. Martín es un candidato para ganar este evento y también el overall, y él lo sabe. Entonces, tiene que asegurarse de hacer una buena pista. Primero, asegurarse su lugar en la final. Como les dije, el torneo es largo y es día a día. Vamos, Martín.
Approaching the course right now, Martin Labra with pass number 1. His ability to stay in contention in the overall battle is going to be determined within the next few seconds, and the second 20-second pass, look at him go. Martin Labra out of Chile. Look at this, TOEIC line 5 back, nicely done, and continuing to roll there and just staying on top of the water. And Carlos looking very impressive towards the end there.
Wow, incredible pass, super strong skier, Tincho, increíble esquiador, súper bien se le vio la pasada, muy decidido, con muy buen ritmo, giro por giro, seguramente toda su pasada está dentro de tiempo. ¿Qué opinas, Javier, de lo que acabamos de ver?
Lo acabas de decir, la verdad, es una excelente pasada. Se nota la confianza que tiene Martín en él mismo, cómo salió a ejecutar cada giro con un excelente timing. Lo he visto esquiar más rápido, pero es un tris más, no tan rápido para no exigir tanto, porque como les dije, tiene que asegurarse su pase a la final y también asegurarse un buen score, porque el overall es el mejor score de las dos rondas. Y la verdad acá ha ejecutado una excelente pasada de Tous Martín.
Increíble pasada para Tincho, falta la mitad todavía por ejecutar, pero sabemos que está muy confiado. Viene la pasada de manos, que sin duda será un éxito también para él. Viene saliendo del slalom, hizo 2 bueyes al sexto recorte y su competencia hizo 2,5 boyas al séptimo recorte. Entonces él está jugando. ¿Qué estará pasando por su cabeza? Porque trae ahorita 2 torneos en mente. Viene a tomar camino, primero pasar a la final, que creo que un poquito más de la próxima pasada y está en la final, pero ya estando ahí ya tuvo una muy buena pasada de toes. Quiere sumar lo más que se puede ahorita en esta pasada de manos para acortar esa brecha que le sacaron en slalom.
Exactamente. O sea, yo creo que después de esa primera pista, ahora se tiene que quedar tranquilo, como lo comenté, muy confiado en sí mismo, con buen ritmo, Tanguy en el bote con él, y vamos a ver su pasada de manos.
All right, then here we go with Martin Labra coming in on the second and 22nd pass. We'll have an overall update in just a moment concerning one of our previous competitors who has just completed his first round overall performance. Here we go. This is Martin Labra. Mobes to start off with. Look at him go with the remainder of his flips there. Flip twist towards the back, flip twist towards the front. Slows up for the ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. Not even using the entirety of the week to get these moves situated. And that's such a remarkable skill to have in your back pocket there, Javier.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I mean, definitely he's on the finals. Like we were chatting with Carlos in Spanish. He's the overall skier. He's coming for the overall battle and the trick battle. Martin is capable of winning the event in the trick event and in overall as well. So, good on him.
Gran pasada de Tincho, increíble pasada de manos, muy rápido se le veía, al final tuvo un poco de titubeo en algunos ski lines, pero es muy fuerte Tincho, lo que vimos ahí hacer esos ski lines de la manera en que los ejecutó, esperemos el resultado de los jueces. Se le veía muy buen ritmo, venía muy rápido, venía muy decidido y bueno, creo que también ayuda esta pasada a sacar los nervios. Si existe algo que tenga que mejorar, seguramente ya tomó nota y va a aventar todo lo que le quede para la final.
Exactamente, yo creo que cuando Martín iba haciendo sus últimos flips en su cabeza por ahí fue listo, ya estoy en la final, entonces apretó un poquito el acelerador para tratar de hacer la secuencia de sus ski lines lo más rápido posible. Ahí vimos unos pequeños titubeos, como decimos, pero bueno, excelente esquiada, Martín está en la final.
All right, then. So one more skier yet to go in this elimination round of the men's tricking competition, Pato Font. The update to the overall competition, as I promised you, Jake Abelson has taken the lead in the men's overall competition with 2,566.47 points. That puts him 252 points ahead of the next best complete overall competitor. That is Fletcher Holm at the moment. But at this time, Jake Abelson, as part of his overall score, possesses the 1,000 points from the tricks event. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what Pato Font from Mexico can do with the 2 20-second passes. Over to you guys.
Atención todos, México en el agua, nuestro Patricio Font, un increíble esquiador, campeón mundial abierto, campeón mundial sub-21, campeón mundial juvenil, poseedor del récord del mundo, tiene todo en su historial, ha ganado todo, Pato tiene 20 años de edad, es increíble lo que ha logrado en tan corta edad. Javier, por favor, platícanos un poco de lo que ves en Pato, toda la familia Font por aquí presente. Vamos, lo mejor de la suerte a Pato.
Vamos a ver y disfrutar esta pista. No todos los días uno ve al campeón del mundo, récord mundial, recién con su nuevo récord de 12.670 puntos. Miren lo que es eso, miren la velocidad, la perfección. Excelente. Un pequeño titubeo ahí al final en el Top Wake Line 5, pero pudo salir y de ahí salió a su último giro, que es el Top Wake Line Front, en el cual cayó, pero la verdad es una maravilla ver a Pato esquiar. Yo lo conozco a Pato de que era muy chiquito, yo esquié muchos años con el papá, con Sergio, somos amigos, es maravilloso verlo. Estamos hablando de un esquiador que el día de hoy ya hizo 12.670 puntos, o sea, estábamos hablando de 10.000, estamos hablando de 11.000, ahora ya estamos hablando de potenciales 13.000 puntos que tienen estos chicos.
Increíble lo que acabamos de ver de Pato, nada de qué preocuparse, al final solamente tuvo un titubeo, pero salió del Top Wake Line 5 back y aventó el Top Wake Line Front, al final sí pierde un giro, pero no importa, no afectará nada, él está enfrentando ahorita otra vez, como veníamos diciéndolo, es el último esquiador en el agua, es la primera vez que se mete al agua en este campeonato mundial, está empezando su competencia. Pato no nada más ahorita está pensando en la final, sino en cada uno de sus giros para prepararse para su próxima pasada, pero Javier, también algo que hay que tomar en cuenta es de que está enfrentando su último campeonato mundial sub-21 en su país. Estamos en México, quiere esa medalla ya fue campeón mundial, nada de qué exigirle, ya lo fue, pero él quiere ganar esa medalla de oro en su país.
Sí, sí, claro. A ver, no, la presión del local es muy linda. Uno se siente en su casa y la verdad tener esta oportunidad de ganar su último mundial sub-21, como tú dices, Carlitos, en su país, en su tierra, es maravilloso. Él lo siente, él le gusta, lo hace grande, es un grande. Vimos esa pasada de toes, vimos como en un top line 5 salió de abajo del lago con el excelente relicero del padre, porque también atención al relicero, que sabe cuándo, hasta qué momento mantener el release en su mano. Y bueno, ahí viene Pato para su pasada de manos.
All right, let's have a look and see what Pato Font can do with his second and final 22nd pass. And noticed in the transition from toe-ski to hand-ski that his father, Sergio Font, was actually trying to apply some wax to go underneath the back foot on that trick ski to give him a little bit more grip. And hopefully that will be beneficial to him going forwards. Let's see what Pato Font can do with this second and final 22nd pass, the last skier in the men's elimination round. Let's see what he has. Over to you guys.
Pato arranca su pasada de manos, vemos a su papá en el muelle, arriba de la lancha, revisando que todo esté bien, arranca su pasada de manos con los flips, moves, back to front flip, flip cayendo en back, reverse, rapidísimo se le ve a Pato con muy buen ritmo, empieza sus ski lines, arranca con un ski line no, ski line 5 front de súper alto grado de dificultad, un ski line 5 back, avienta un wake 5 front, un wake 5 back, al final tuvo un pequeño titubeo, pero gran pasada de Pato, nada de qué preocuparse, supo controlar, no lo vimos, iba rapidísimo. Javier, creo que tú viste que cambió su pasada al final, tuvo unos pequeños percances, pero seguía sumando con puntajes de mucho alto grado de dificultad.
Exactamente, Carlos, acá podemos ver la serie de sus move back-to-backs, yendo hacia el half chuck. Increíble, una perfección, la altura, la velocidad de los flips, como lo fue ejecutando Pato. Y también, como dije, él en esa instancia él ya sabe que tiene su cupo en la final, ya está tranquilo. Ahora me imagino después de este último front flip a acelerar y meter los ski lines lo más rápido posible. Acá es donde vemos un pequeño titubeo. Nosotros que tuvimos la suerte de entrenar con él, sabemos que tenía una secuencia distinta acá al final, en vez de esos dos wake 5 front y wake 5 back que ejecutó. Pero bueno, estamos hablando del mejor esquiador del mundo, tiene sus pistas y también tiene plan A, plan B, plan Z, mientras las puede ir ejecutando. O sea, es una maravilla. Felicitaciones, Pato. Felicitaciones a toda esta gran serie de esquiadores.
Felicidades, Pato, increíble. Sin duda, como vimos, una pasada completamente diferente. Fue una pasada de trámite para pasar a la final. La pasada que realmente está entrenando él, a la que más tiempo le está dedicando, es completamente otra. Sabemos que avienta un ski line 7 por ahí a la mitad de la pasada. Ahorita vimos que aventó un ski line no, un ski line 5 front. Entonces, todavía falta mucho para la final. Seguramente este score también lo pondrá en el primer lugar, esperemos a lo que dicen los jueces, pero fue una excelente serie preliminar de figuras. ¿Y qué nos esperará para la final? Será algo increíble. Creo que tenemos más de 5 esquiadores arriba de los 10,000 puntos. Es algo increíble. Sin duda alguna, las medallas estarán arriba de los 11,000 puntos. Esperemos una gran final este próximo sábado.
All right, then, as we continue to move down our schedule, the U21 Women's Series 2 jump is about to take place in the next few minutes. A quick update so far as the overall is concerned. Martin Labra now has the 1,000 points for his tricking performance at this time, having tricked 10,630. Obviously, Martin Labra is yet to jump in Series 1, so he doesn't have a complete overall total as yet. But already that's had an impact in the overall competition because Jake Abelson still in the lead in the overall on 2,518 points. His point differential between him and Fletcher Holm, instead of being 252 points, it's now down to 228 points. point difference between those two complete overall skiers. All right, then, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we've got the under-21 Women's Series 2 jump elimination round to take place. This is the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships, and we'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
Los jaliscienses somos almas libres porque sabemos enfrentar la adversidad y luchar por nuestros sueños. Nuestra historia demuestra que siempre hemos marcado el rumbo del país, porque no tenemos límites y sabemos llegar a la cima. Somos la cuna del talento y de la innovación, de las mentes que piensan diferente, de los que no se rajan. Somos inspiración, belleza y tradición. Somos el sabor, la voz y el alma de México en el mundo. Todos somos Jalisco. Jalisco, 200 años libres y soberanos.
Gobierno de Jalisco.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
For skiers and water enthusiasts.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you back to continuing coverage of the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard in the men's tricking competition before we go into our next event. Pato Font in the lead by 100 points with 11,110. Pablo Font in second place with 11,010. Then Matias Gonzalez currently in third with 10,750. Then Martin Labra, 10,630, and he currently holds the 1,000 points for the best overall trick skier at this time. Jake Abelson, our first competitor to actually get a full set of overall scores. He tricked 10,120. He's currently in fifth place right now and has a 198-point lead in the overall after 2 complete overall skiers, and that represents the top 5. You see Clarence Laveau with 8,720, Vicente Marino with 8,480, Alexander Schiel from Austria with 73.20. He's through to the finals as well. Sean Kraus on 72.40. Blaze Grubbs on 72.30. Callan Ashcroft on 7,060. And Tobias George is our final skier through to the 12 skier final with 61.10. All right then, the jumping event will take place very, very soon. It's the Women's Series 2 jump, which we'll bring back to you in just a few minutes. Do not go away. We've got more action here at Boca Laguna, just outside Chapala, for the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships. We'll be back right after these. There, back here with action. We've got this running order for the jump event in Series 2. Lane Maroney from Australia will be our lead-off competitor, followed by Megan Pelkey of Canada. Then USA's Anne-Marie Rybluski of the United States. Meg Haraway of New Zealand will be fourth up on top of the water, followed by Sage Popbecker of the United States. Emily Wenzel of Germany, 6th skier out. Lara Butlin, skier number 7 off the dock. Courtney Williams of New Zealand, 8th skier out. And Amelia Mendez of Chile will be our final skier out in the series, consisting of 9 competitors, which essentially means that whoever is in the top 3 places after the completion of Series 2 will advance through to the next round of the competition. And a reminder that Series 2, all of these competitors will be jumping on the ramp height of 1.50 meters. Now, when we get to Series 1, there'll be 2 competitors there that will be on that same height, but every competitor from that point onwards will jump at 1.65 meters high. All right, getting ready for our next competitor. First competitor in the women's jump event, Series 2, will be Lane Maroney. Lane Maroney. 3 jumps at her disposal, and she's on the water right now for Australia. Making her way towards the north end of the lake. Just trying to get in the surroundings and follow the boat path as she gets ready on jump number 1. All right, let's see what our first competitor is capable of. Slalom 2.5 at 30 meters in the elimination round of the slalom event, and trick 28.80. So looking to put a score out there in the overall competition as well. Here we go, Lane Moroney of Australia. Drives in off the second wake. And making sure that she doesn't kick too hard off the ramp to land her first jump, and will get a score and continue on from there. That is Lane Moroney. Up and over, will land. And we'll ride out that particular effort. So Lane Moroney will get a distance. We'll find that out in just a moment or so. Okay, here's our first score, 29.6, 29.6, which is 97 feet, 29.6. Right, here she comes, jump number 2. Another 3/4 cut. All right, here she comes. Turns in, drives off the second wake a little bit later this time. Still a little bit weighty on her left ski as she came off the top, but I suspect that one could well be in excess of 30 meters. Jump close enough with 29.6 or a 97-footer. Just keeping the line tight off this turn, looking at the instant replay here now. There we go, off the top of the jump. Good, steady attempt. The distance should be coming to us very, very soon. Right, she'll make her turn and get ready for a third and last attempt. All right, we got a score coming through of 32.3 or 106 feet. 32.3. All right, here she comes. Lane Moroney, who's now put a point score in the overall competition, has taken the lead. Has about 1,944 overall points as it stands right now. Things will change between now and the end. Let's see what she's got. Here comes Lane on jump number 3. A little bit more speed. Hopefully some more lift and some distance to carry on with that as she makes her way back to the dock. Lane Moroney now has an overall score for Team Australia. And we'll see what our next competitor is capable of doing. Coming to us out of Canada, it will be Megan Pelkey. Good drive off the second wake into the ramp. And and a good solid 3-jump set. We'll get the distance on the last jump very, very soon, and pushing the distance very, very soon. It is 31.6 or 104 feet. So her best jump is 32.3, which is 106. So now she establishes the lead in this competition. Next competitor up from Canada, it'll be Megan Pelkey. So Megan Pelkey, the current junior world overall champion, took that title earlier on this season over in Santiago de Chile. So Megan Pelkey also competed in the Masters competition as well, where she jumped 36.2 meters in the opening round of that competition and eventually jumped 35.3. Has jumped upwards of about that distance, around about 36.2, which is a PB this season. And we'll see if she's capable of conjuring up a little bit more magic. Age 17, out of Canada, Megan Pelkey. Driving in on jump number 1. Very close to the bottom right-hand corner and taking in bags of speed into the jump. And hopefully the lift complements what she produced out there from the turn. Anything over 36.2 would constitute a new personal best, and it's I'd imagine it's going to be pretty close as we take a look at the instant replay. Little bit of a shoulder lean with the left shoulder coming into the base of the jump. Left her a little bit off balance into the landing, but she was able to ride that out, no worries. Distance coming up on your screen, and it is a 35.5 meter jump. She takes the lead with 35.5 meters.
Happy? I didn't hurt myself, so my luck can jump. That's really the aim.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy about that too.
Yeah.
All right, so 35.5 meters for Megan Pelkey. Another of our overall competitors looking for a score after this round, and 35.5 meters plugged into the system puts her in first place in the overall competition. Oh, and don't want to be dropping that right ski down that much as she makes a turn, buries herself into the bottom right-hand corner, manages to get her decent lift. There we go. That is Megan Pelkey on jump number 2, taking the approach a little bit later this time. All right, look, pushing the score here. Oh, 38.4. No, 34.8 meters, I beg your pardon. 34.8 is 114 feet, a little bit less than the opener of 35.5. 34.8. She's got one more jump to come, though, as we see Anne-Marie Robleski of the United States getting ready for 3 jumps, representing Team USA. All right, here we go. Jumping at 51K, selecting letter M with the boat speed, with the boat path at split. Bringing her cut down a little bit later this time. Can't afford to go too much later. She's hitting the bottom right-hand corner close enough as it is. But managing to get a decent amount of speed, and the lifter wasn't all that bad either. That is Megan Pelkey, the U17 champion of the world in the girls overall competition. Won that title in Chile this past January. And also competed in the Pan American Championships, where she fared pretty well as well. Looks like it's going to be 35.2 on the last jump, which means her best jump is going to be 35.5 meters. About a 116-foot jump. And Megan Pelkey's overall score as it stands right now, which she's currently lying on 2,409.26. She currently has the lead ahead of Lane Maroney, with her overall score being 1,771.20 points. Of course, also worth mentioning is the score of Alexa Abelson as we see Anne-Marie Wroblewski take to the water. Now, the strange thing about Alexa Abelson, even though she did jump yesterday and got a score, the distance that she produced to 14.5 meters was actually below the amount of offset distance that the skiers are programmed into their overall score. So Alexa Abelson, by that virtue, actually scores a 0 count in the overall competition by way of the jump event because of that offset. But she does have an overall score and is currently in third place, about 742 points adrift. All right then, so let's see who we have out on the water at this time. It is Anne-Marie Wroblewski, who when she's not competing for Team USA, competes for the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette in the collegiate season. Just trying to gauge when she is going to pull out wide on a 3/4 cut for jump number 1. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Up and over, and should have no problems lining that opening jump. So looking here with our drone shot and driving in on jump number 1, Anne-Marie Wroblewski over the top, and certainly gives a unique perspective on this exciting event of water ski jumping. The distance coming through any moment now. Distance coming through at 110 feet or 33.4 meters. 33.4 meters. All right, let's see what she has on jump number 2. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. All right, here she is now, jump number 2. A little bit earlier on this one, but getting more lift. So didn't look too bad with that particular jump there. Backed it up a little bit to get more of the ramp surface underneath her skis. Left her right ski a little bit behind her off the turn, but thankfully she was actually early enough to actually take the jump relatively safely. The distance should be coming through right about now for Anne-Marie Wroblewski. All right, there, we're pushing the distance of 34.6. That's definitely a step in the right direction for Anne-Marie, who comes to us originally out of Toledo in Ohio. So 34.6 meters. Currently putting her in second place overall at this time, right behind Megan Pelkey. About 422 points adrift from Megan at this time in the overall battle. Here she comes. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Up and over and will land and ride that jump out. Whether it's going to be enough to actually close more of the gap between herself and Megan Pelkey is another matter entirely. But 3 solid efforts there and valuable points for Team USA moving forwards. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Good, solid grip, good, solid lift. And this distance might have some legs to it, folks, because it's a 38.5 meter jump. 38.5 meters. For those of you trying to get that distance in feet and inches, 38.5 meters is certainly a fantastic jump there from Anne-Marie Wroblewski. ...126 feet on that jump. 126 was the feet and inches on that jump there for Anne-Marie Wroblewski. As we see our next competitor on the water, this is next jumper on is Meg Haraway from New Zealand. So still in the lead, established right now with a 1.26 or a 38.5 is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. 38.5 meters, and how much does that affect the overall battle? Actually keeps it manageable so far as Anne-Marie is concerned. All right, so Megan Pelkey still in the lead, and Anne-Marie Wroblewski is about 234 points adrift in second place right now. So that's where the overall stands as we look over towards the north end of the lake and see Meg Haraway of New Zealand. Opening attempt, getting nice and wide up on that Nautique towboat, and will now drive those edges a little bit early, up and off the top, lands and will ride it out, but just about. So now she has a little bit of an inkling of what it takes to be timed right in respect to this ramp and this setting. So Meg Haraway on jump number 1 will get the distance for her very, very soon. So it looks like it's going to be 34.7 meters or 114 feet. 34.7 meters for Meg Haraway. as we look over at the dock and check in with Sage Popbecker, our next competitor up. All right, here we go, folks. Quite a ways behind so far as the overall is concerned by way of a trick score, when she tricked 1,790 in the tricks event, and slalom a decent score in 12 onto 12 meters, and looking to try and round off a decent overall performance with a better looking jump. She has one attempt remaining, but I tell you what, she came in with a bunch of speed. The timing was a little bit better, and the distance, I'm sure, is going to reflect that. Once we get the numbers, you'll see why as we look at Meg Haraway. Here we go, 40.1. It's 132 feet, 40.1 meters for Meg Haraway. 132 feet, and she has the lead in this jump event after 4 competitors. And that is about as solid a landing as you'll ever see out there from Meg Haraway as she works her way towards the north end of the lake and getting ready for the next jump, her last jump, I beg your pardon. All right, here she comes now. This is Meg Haraway. Coming to us out of New Zealand. Meg Haraway, who jumped 37.9 at the National Championships in New Zealand. I tell you what, if that jump, almost rolled over the left ski on the landing. Gone in a little bit of a tricky situation, but if what I'm reading is true, 40.1 meters may actually be the very first time that she jumped in excess of that distance, and therefore quite possibly a new personal best there for Meg. So well done. Her second best jump of the season was a 38.1, and that was at the New Zealand Nationals. And the distance is 38.2. I suspected that last jump would be a little less, and it turns out to be the case. Meg Haraway on 40.1 is your leader, and we've got 5 more competitors to go in Women's Series 2 before we go headlong into Series 1. A couple of our competitors are trying to cool off in the pool that's adjacent the clubhouse. Certainly a nice facility here at Barca Laguna with all of the little features that make for a tremendous experience here in Mexico. Skier on the water now is Sage Popbecker. All right, in terms of the overall battle, currently in the lead is Megan Pelkey on 22.69.73. 234.11 points behind is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. And then looking further back, our only other competitor that has a score of an overall score right now that's within striking distance is Alexia Abelson, who's 612 points adrift and currently in third place with 1,666.92 overall points. Here we go. Skier on the water. This is Sage Potbecker. She too, a skier for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns. Coming in on jump number 1. This is an early approach. Up and over, will land. And will just about ride out that jump. That is Sage Potbecker. Will now no doubt make the necessary adjustments to her timing and come into the jump with a little bit more speed and able to kick this jump a little bit higher, a little bit further. The distance coming through 37.9, which is 124 feet. 37.9, that slots her right now into about 3rd place at this time. 37.9 for Sage Potbecker. So Sage Potbecker, her only tournament recorded aside from the collegiate tournaments, is a 37.1 meter jump that took place over at the Sunset Cup as part of the Masters Last Chance qualifier. Here she comes, Sage Potbecker, jump number 2. Oh, and lands in a little bit more in terms of distance. That extra bit of float at the end certainly helped. The distance will be known very, very soon, and I suspect this one is going to be very, very close to the 40-meter mark, if not in excess of. Oh, and the initial numbers that I'm seeing could well support that assertion. Here it is, 41.5 or 136 feet. 136 for Sage Potbecker. She's taken the lead away from Meg Haraway, who too has conjured up some magic out there on the jump lake with a 40.1 meter jump, which represents her best jump of the season, if not a personal best. So Sage Potbecker with 41.5 meters and has 1 jump remaining. All right, so one last attempt for Sage Potbecker. 9 skiers in this series and 9 more to go in Series 1. So whoever is in the top 3 after this series will be a part of the women's jump final. Sage Potbecker looking to try and throw forth her credentials for something like that. Here she comes. Still a little early coming into the jump, but not getting as much lift or as much trajectory on that one as she did on the previous attempt. But our new leader is now on dockside. That is Sage Potbecker with 41.5 meters on jump number 2. I suspect the last jump is not going to be quite as far, and pushing out the distance of 38.8 meters or 127 feet. So she has the lead, and we now go on to our next competitor who comes to us out of Germany. It is going to be Emily Wenzel. All right, here we go. Emily Wenzel now. Emily Wenzel, who tricked a 38.20 in the tricking competition. And we'll see what she can do by way of a jump score. All right, jump number 1 coming her way. Emily Wenzel. Who competed in the Junior World Championships not too long ago. Scoring 2.5 at 13 meters, tricking 48.70 and jumping 39.1 meters. Now we've seen some competitors that have jumped in around that range come away with a possible PB by the end of proceedings, and let's see what she can do. Hugging the bottom right-hand corner and getting some decent distance as a result. Distance coming up any moment now for Emily Wenzel. It should be in the high 30s. Indeed it is. It's going to be 39.4 meters, 39.4. Very close to the bottom right-hand corner, as you can plainly see from our drone shot. And landing in on jump number 1. 39.4 meters, 39.4 meters. All right, here she comes. Jump number 2 for Emily Wenzel. Just trying to take her time with this turn. Oh, look at this. Really pounding the jump there off the second wake with a whole bunch of speed to work with. Emily Wenzel on 39.4 meters or 129 feet on the opener. The push and actually improved upon that jump distance of 39.4 to the tune of 10 centimeters on jump number 2. It is 39.5 meters now. But we'll be looking for something closer to 40 meters to stay in within competitive reach of some of the jumpers that we've seen her take to the water not too long ago. The likes of Meg Haraway and Sage Potbecker, the two that immediately spring to mind. And she's got one last jump to get it done. As we look at Amelia Mendez of Chile getting ready. She'll be followed on by Lara Butlin and Courtney Williams from Australia and New Zealand, respectively. All right then, folks, here comes Emily Wenzel, jump number 3, taking in a lot more speed, but the control was lacking. Coming into the jump a little bit early and didn't quite know what to do on that particular effort. As Emily Wenzel comes into the dock and has difficulty controlling the speed and is in amongst the rocks at the moment. Hopefully it's not going to be too detrimental to our equipment, but we'll soon see. Emily Wenzel, we're going to get the distance for her very, very soon. And I said that she needed a jump of 40 meters around about that distance to stay competitive, and that's exactly what she's done. For 131 feet, that is 40 meters exactly for Emily Wenzel. Again, a little bit further away off the bottom right-hand corner, which certainly helps her in terms of getting more of the ramp surface underneath her skis to launch off the top. But there we go. That is Emily Wenzel on 40 meters. That puts her marginally behind Meg Haraway with a 40.1. Still in the lead with 41.5 meters is Sage Popbecker. All right, waiting on that boat to make its way towards the north end of the lake. We've got our initial team overall classifications right now. The United States of America are in the lead with over 6,000 overall points in the team competition ahead of Chile, which is in second place right now, and Mexico, which is in third place, but within reach of Chile to the tune of about a 200-point differential between the two. About 198.4 overall points separate Chile and Mexico for second and third right now. Here we go. This here is our next competitor. That is Emilia Mendez from Chile, looking to try and extend the gap between Chile and Mexico right now in the team overall classification. We got a distance coming through. It's 36.8. She's going to have to conjure up something a little bit more magical there with the remaining jumps that she has at her disposal. All right, then, continuing right along, Tony Lightfoot here at the U21 World Championships. All of concerned faces are around the competitors that are getting ready to jump. We'll see how things shape up in the next few minutes as we bring on our last two competitors. Our third from last competitor is out on the water, so from this point on we can start adding skiers through to the jump final in the women's competition. And currently right now Sage Popbecker has the inside track on that with a 41.5 meter jump, and anything less than that between our remaining three competitors will see her through to the next round. Here she comes, Emilia Mendez. Looking strong there with jump number 2, but how much stronger is it going to be? A good solid edge, a good solid jump, and it's actually a little bit further, but it's still lacking. It's 37.1 meters. Looking at the tail of the tape here for Emilia Mendez. That's pretty much her range right now. Her best jump of the season is a 38.6. 38.6 meters is her best jump, and she actually replicated that in 2 rounds of competitive action over at the Latin American Water Ski Championships, the 39th edition of, over in Bayamalacus in Peru. So she was consistent in that regard. Now let's see if she can dig a little deeper here. Amelia Mendez from Chile. Here we go, folks, coming in on jump number 3. Drives in. Oh, late there on right next to the bottom right-hand corner, taking in a little bit of speed. Amelia Mendez. That should be a little bit further, but the question is by how much, and will it be enough to send her through? From this angle and from this vantage point, I would say no. And Sage Potbecker will be celebrating, making it through to the next round on the strength of this jump. 39.8 meters, 39.8 meters for Amelia Mendez of Chile. She's going to have to stay patient and wonder whether that jump is going to make it through to the next round. In the meantime, our next competitor to take to the water, representing Australia, it is going to be Lara Butlin. All right, Lara Butlin on the water right now. Lara Butlin, tail of the tape for her in the Australian National Championships. She jumped 39.7 meters. That represents her best jump of the season. Has averaged around 37, 38 meters for the majority of her action this season, and dumped 39.6 over at Junior Moomba in March of this year, which is certainly a standout jump considering the typical conditions that the skiers have to endure during the course of that event in any given year. So let's see. Lara Butlin, who has been training a little bit over at Bennett's in Zachary, Louisiana, as I mentioned before, and leaning upon Jay Bennett and the good folks there to try and give her a little bit more of an advantage so far as the jump-in competition is concerned. Certainly learnt plenty there during her time. Let's see if she can apply it right here, right now. At Boca Laguna, just outside Chapala, the U21 Worlds. Lara Butlin from Australia. Good tight line, turns in, sets her position up well off the second wake, up and over, and that is going to be very close to the 40-meter mark, I would say, from this early vantage point. I don't think he'll be over that barrier, but it's certainly a good, stout-looking opening jump there for Lara Butlin. Traversing the surface of the jump. And the distance will be coming through very, very soon for Lara Butlin. This is certainly going to help her out. The distance up on your screen momentarily. It's 39.5 meters, 39.5. That is 0.2 of a meter behind her best jump of the season with 39.7. So already off to a blinder on jump number 1. But if she harbors aspirations of joining Sage Potbecker through to the women's jumping final, then she's got to dig deep here with the remaining 2 jumps. All right, here she comes, Lara Butlin, who skis out of Albury in New South Wales. Taking this cut down a little bit later with the 3/4 approach. Good tight line. Good smooth turn. Drives in off the second wake. Oh, good extension off the top there really throwing down a huge distance there. Needing to jump in excess of 40.1 meters. That distance currently belonging to Meg Haraway. Currently in second spot right now. And the distance coming through, well, I told you she needed to exceed 40.1. It's 40.2. How about that for some targeted skiing? So now, with 40.2 in her back pocket, she can relax in terms of making it through to the jump final. She is in a solid second place right now with one more guaranteed space to be had between now and the end of this series. 9 jumpers to go in Series 1. If everything pans out the way it should, then those 9 should make it through. Then you add the 3 to make 12 skiers through to the next round. And you just seen Lara Butlin slot herself into second place at this time behind Sage Potbecker, who has 41.5 meters. So here is Lara Butlin, jump number 3. Up and getting a little bit twisted off the jump, but I tell you what, she brought in a little bit more heat on that attempt. She'll ski into the dock. She knows that she's through to the next round with 40.2 on jump number 2. And with 40.2, I actually believe that is a new personal best for Lara Butlin on top of that. So great skiing there from our Australian athlete. 37.6 on the last jump, but that doesn't matter. Lara Butlin has booked herself a spot through to the next round on the strength of 40.2. All right, Courtney Williams of New Zealand is our last jumper in Women's Series 2. And knowing that she needs to jump in excess of 40.1 meters, and the 40.1 meter jump belongs to her teammate, Meg Haraway. All right, getting a more than a little bit of a ripple of applause and encouragement. Notice that my good friend Curtis Williams has flown in from his home in San Diego in Southern California, and trying to cheer on and encourage the rest of the New Zealand team to do the same for his sister Courtney Williams. And I'm sure that Glenn Williams will be watching in from that part of the world as well, from New Zealand. So there's plenty of stout support getting behind Courtney Williams, our last jumper on the water in Women's Series 2. 9 more jumpers to come in Women's Series 1. And we'll take a little bit of a pause between the end of this series and start of the next. Not long though, but certainly long enough for us to take our collective breaths after seeing some superb jumping thus far. Here we go, folks. This is Courtney Williams. Opening salvo, coming in, jump 1. Up and over, and that should be very close to the 40-meter mark. Distance coming through, it should be revealed momentarily. Up on your screens right now for those of you watching the webcast. The distance is 39.1 meters. She's a solid meter behind where she needs to be right now. All right, so Courtney Williams, jump number 2. Needing to claw a distance of about 1 meter. If she can get more than 1 meter more than what she did on the previous jump, then it will be a done deal in terms of her making it through to the next round. Now, Courtney Williams, so far as her tail of the tape right now, her best jump of the season is a 40.3, so she is approaching a maximum distance that she has conjured up this season. Actually, it's a 40.4, I beg your pardon. Let's see what she's got here. Second jump of 3. Turns in, drives off the second wake and passes up on jump number 2. Could that be an opportunity spurned there by Courtney Williams? And she's got one last jump to come. Courtney Williams out of New Zealand. We're taking a look at this second jump. And when we come back, we'll be back right in time for Courtney Williams' third and last jump next. Okay, folks, so as we continue right along, we're in the extraordinary position of telling you that the next competitor through to the next round is going to be a competitor from New Zealand. The question is, which one? Is it going to be Meg Haraway, whose jump of 40.1 meters is currently lying in third place right now? Or could it be Courtney Williams on her third and last attempt, needing to exceed that distance to advance? Let's have a look and see. Courtney Williams keeping the tight line, turns in towards the jump, coming in a little bit early, but good extension off the top. That could do it. That could, oh, and she drops the handle. Drops the handle, and whatever distance that was is going to be for nothing for Courtney Williams, and that means that Meg Haraway advances through to the next round of the competition with a 40.1 meter jump. It'll be interesting to find out what that distance was had she have landed it. But that will only just salt the wounds a little bit more there for Courtney Williams. However, a jump distance of 39.1 may keep her in contention, but we'll just have to wait a little bit longer to find out. Sage Popper with 41.5 meters. Lara Butlin from Australia with 40.2, and Meg Haraway from New Zealand are your competitors through to the next round. And congratulations to those three. Series 1 is on the water right now, and our first competitor out is going to be Nellie Allard. So now just ratcheting up the pressure here with our Series 1 jumpers. We've got Nellie Allard on the water right here, right now. Now Nellie Allard, on top of the fact that she's a Series 1 jumper, is also a viable competitor in the overall competition as well. Here comes Nelly. Taking the full double cut on the opening attempt. Here she comes. A lot of speed out towards her cutting zone here. Oh, and passing up on jump number 1. Now, because 40.1 is a distance that sent Meg Haraway through to the next round, the cut line has been reduced to a distance of 40 meters exactly, and that is a distance that belongs to Emily Wenzel of Germany. So that is the cut line. 40 meters or above will ensure that anyone that jumps that distance in this series will advance. So looking at Nelly Alar on the first jump, approaching the jump early, and when we return, we'll have jump number 2 next. All right, welcome back to continuing action. 2 more jumps remain for Nelly Alar, and the remainder of the start list you see on the screen. We've got Sadie Ferguson, who will be our last jumper at the 1.50 meter ramp height. And then we'll go to Perrine Saunier, Elena Ahama, Lily Steiner, Aliyah Young-Hanifer, Ines Anguano, Kennedy Hansen, and Augustina Vara to round off the remaining jumpers. All of those that I've mentioned after Sadie Ferguson jumping at 1.65 meters high. Here we go, here and now. This is Nelly Alar. Keeping a good tight line. She's going to set, oh, quick turn here. Let's see if she can pound the jump there with a lot more speed and better timing. Correct on both of those counts. And that should be enough to send her through, needing more than 40 meters to advance. So continuing on with this competition, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel to be a part of the live chat and also to be informed as to when we go live next on TWBC. Nelly Alar on jump number 1. We will get the distance, and the distance is going to be 41.9 meters. 41.9. It is the best jump of the competition so far and assures her future progress in this event. 41.9 meters. Looking at dockside, Sadie Ferguson of Australia getting situated with her equipment and performing the critical task of making sure that those bindings actually stay on the skis with the tried and trusted Phillips screwdriver. Here comes Nelly Alar with jump number 3. We've already got 3 people through to the next round. Let's see what Nelly Alar can do. Good speed, good lift. Sensational looking jumping there from Nelly Alar, who will join Meg Haraway, Sage Popbecker, and Lara Butlin as competitors through to the next round of the jump event. Still got 8 competitors remaining. Nelly Alar, the first of our Series 1 jumpers, has performed the mission that was necessary and making it through to the next round. 41.4 meters on jump number 3. And we will see what our next competitor will do. It's going to be Sadie Ferguson as we take one last look at Nelly Alar coming off the jump and landing that distance of 41.4. She actually jumped half a meter more on her previous jump distance for 41.9. And when we return, it'll be just in time for Sadie Ferguson's first jump coming up next. All right then, so the jump distance for Nelly Alara, 41.9 meters, means that she does have the 1,000 points now as the best overall skier in the jump event. 41.9 or 137 feet. That gives her 1,000 points, and it also vaults her into the lead right now. She has a 37.4 point differential between herself and Megan Pelkey from Canada in the overall competition. That is Nelly Alara. Another overall competitor trying to stay in contention is Sadie Ferguson. She is on the water right now, selecting letter O on the 0 off setting. Let's see what she's got. Turns, drives off the second wake, stamps that jump. Man, good looking effort there from Sadie Ferguson, who has the 1,000 points by having the best slalom score out of our overall competitors, and tricked to 5,700 points to make sure of her spot through to the women's trick final. So she has 2 markers already in terms of being a finalist competitor, slalom and tricks. Oh, and she has the lead in the jump as well. She advances through to the next round with 44 meters or 144 feet. Sadie Ferguson. Superb looking opening jump with 44 meters. Now this is going to change the overall a little bit there, so let's plug in that number, 44.0. She takes the lead in the overall and establishes a 563-point gap between herself and Nelly Alara. There are the distances. Sadie Ferguson, 44 meters exactly. Here we go. Coming in, jump number 2. And I think that one is going to be there and thereabouts. Not quite as long as jump number 1, but certainly looking in good shape. All right, we're going to get the distance for Sadie Ferguson. Oh, yeah, look at this. It's 0.2 of a meter more, 44.2. 44.2. And 44.2 in terms of overall scoring means that she opens up a 570.23 point gap between herself and Nelly Alara in the race for the overall competition. So Sadie Ferguson trying a mission of redemption, taking into account what happened to her two seasons ago in the U21 World Water Ski Championships that took place in Santa Rosa Beach. Just was not 100% fit going into those championships, having sustained an injury either prior to that event or in the practice for that event. Now, let's see what she's got. She's already got the lead in the jump and in the overall competition. What can she do? Sadie Ferguson coming in. Up and over. And I don't think that one is going to be quite as far, but then again, I was wrong on the previous jump. 44.2 meters. And we'll see what that jump distance is. And good friend of mine has just come into the announcing booth. Curtis Williams, how you doing, sir?
Good, Tony. It's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Boca Laguna down here in Mexico. And like you said, this is critical in the overall battle. Sadie Ferguson has a shot at the title. Kennedy Hansen, of course, the outright favorite, but Sadie nipping at her heels. And, of course, through the jump final, I believe she punched her ticket through the trick final as well. So she has room to improve in both those events come finals day tomorrow.
All right, then. So that last jump there for Sadie Ferguson, 41.4 meters alone, that would have been enough to send her through to the finals. But 44.2 is definitely a good shot in the arm there for Sadie Ferguson in respect to the overall competition. So currently in your top three in the overall provisionally, Sadie Ferguson first, Nellie Allard in second, and Megan Pelkey in third at this time. And we've still got plenty of overall talent to come. Starting off with our next competitor, it'll be Perrine Saunier. We're taking a little bit of a break because the ramp is going to be raised from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters high, and we'll return to jumping right after this. right then, so we're about to go on to Series 1 the women's jump. We'll take a quick look at the leaderboard, Curtis, and yep, some interesting developments here so far as the leaders are concerned. Currently, your top 5 are through to the next round. Sadie Ferguson really showing us the way with 44.2 meters there, Curtis.
Yeah, I think the thing to point out is that most of the girls have jumped ahead of their ranking scores. I think it speaks to how good the conditions are out there. I think pretty much everyone has skied, up around a personal best. I know of several girls that jumped up over the 40-meter mark for the first time today in this tournament. So, it's a beautiful, light little head breeze. We're all dialed in here. Sometimes there's concerns about jumping at this higher altitude. Of course, we're about a mile above sea level here. But I think with that Nautic towboat, they've got the big 6.2-liter engine in there. They got the 3-blade prop running. And I think we're all the way up to about a power factor 6. So that's not an issue at all. We've got plenty of strong pull. And it makes me pretty excited for the girls left on the dock and, of course, the men's, that we're seeing so many big jumps and so many people jumping up around personal best territory today.
All right, right you are. So our next competitor up is going to be Perrine Saunier, who is also a contender in the overall competition, having slalom 3.5 at 13 meters in the original first round, and tricked 33.70, a little ways off from the lead, mind you, but you just never know what she's going to conjure up on the jump ramp to keep herself at least within about the top 5 or 6 in the overall battle.
Yeah, it's interesting, the women's overall, because we've had a few upsets already, particularly in the trick. So it's not really going to script. Kennedy Hansen, of course, still the favorite, take it out. I think Sadie Ferguson now is looking she's got a pretty firm grasp on the silver medal, depending on how things are right now. But that bronze medal is really open up. There's any of about 5 or 6 girls that could be looking at a bronze medal in this event.
All right, then, taking a look at some of the scores for Perrine Saunier, and just looking back into the archive a little bit, because this is essentially her first jump tournament of the season 2023. But at least in the last season, she's jumped in excess of 42 meters. Perrine Saunier out of France, so she's definitely got the stones here to actually take the lead, provided that she jumps upwards of around 45 meters.
Yeah, I mean, it's still relatively early season in the Northern Hemisphere over there in Europe. They don't typically have tournaments, I don't think, in the sort of April-May window that you'd see in Florida. So, of course, we've got a 42-meter back from last year. It's quite possible that she's been doing some solid work on her jumping, and we could see something even more, perhaps challenge that lead right now. Fortunately, the French team, which might have been in contention in the teams, as a strong placer, is a little bit undergunned with the absence of the Duplon Freiburgs at this tournament, which is a shame to see. I know there's some injury concerns, but the French junior skiers have really been setting the world stage on fire in recent years.
And in terms of the team overall, yeah, just to emphasize what you just said, currently in 9th spot right now in the team overall is France. So looking to try and pick up the pace and try and get above some of the countries that are ahead of them right now. Let's have a look and see what Perrine Saunier can do on the opening salvo here. Decent looking jump, and anything more than 40 meters will see her through to the next round of the competition based upon what we've seen thus far. And decent looking opening jump, a little bit early I would fancy.
I haven't quite got my eye on from this angle yet, but it looked like a very solid opening jump, something you can really build a platform from. I'd say she's probably done just enough to squeak through the final there, and she'll have 2 more jumps to try and see if she can get a higher seeding through the final, of course, help out her overall standings and the team standings as well. Tidy jumper doesn't seem to be doing anything too aggressive out there. It's just a strong cut right through the ramp, and came out over those skis probably just a touch on the heels. But 39.6 to open up, so really just half a meter or a foot short of making the final there on jump number 1.
Okay, yeah, so 39.6, still got a little bit of work to do. Matter of fact, the the breakthrough jump, the cut mark is 40 meters, and that belongs to Emily Wenzel of Germany. So she's keeping an eye on things right there, because she's just seen a jump that is less than hers, and if everything stays the same from there, the German could be making it through to the jump final at the expense of the French girl.
Well, let's not stoke old wounds, Tony. This is Perrine Sonia coming in, jump number 2. Needs just a little bit more to get into this jump final. She looks the goods for it. Looked very solid, tidy on jump number 1. Possibly just brought it down a little bit later here. Can she carry a little more speed in this ramp? Edges in the base now, comes off the top. It's better lift. It's similar hole though. Might have ended up just a touch early in the end.
Yeah, I mean, no real adjustments there between jumps number 1 and 2 so far as our timing is concerned. And you know, we're needing to get the distance on the third and last jump. It's obviously going to put a ton of pressure on her shoulders with bearing that in mind. So just waiting on that distance. 39.6 on the opener. I suspect this jump is going to be around, 40.9 actually. 40.9, that's enough. That will send her through. Now she can relax, and with the noise that she's through to the next round, but if she's got one more jump to try and climb the standings a little bit and come off the dock a little bit later in the jumping finals there, Curtis.
It's all about those small adjustments, isn't it? She wasn't really any later. In fact, she might have been a touch earlier, but she did come off the ramp a little bit better, managed to carry a little more speed through the air, and that, you know, extra lift, extra pull off the ramp got her that extra sort of meter and a half she needed to make her way through to the final. I'd say third and final, she'd want to take a later look. Even if she doesn't take this jump, she could pass, but get her eye in for where she needs to be looking at the ramp from in the final.
All right, so Perrine Sonia looking to try and trying to make sure that she's got all the settings and everything dialed in for the women's jump final, which will take place tomorrow. All of our finals will conclude on Saturday. Here we go. Up and over, and I believe that one could even be a little bit further there than 40.9.
Yeah, there's a better jump. That was a really nice jump from Perrine Sonia, the young French woman, showing all class out there. I built throughout that set, and I think she's gone further on third and final. I think she is setting herself in a really good headspace for that final.
Right, you are. We're waiting on the jump distance to be released. Yeah, quite a bit later on this approach. We're looking at the drone shot here, and it's 41.2 meters, so a 0.3 of a meter more. 41.2 meters. Not too sure where that is on the leaderboard. We'll see that momentarily, but it's certainly enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. Our first jumper off the 1.65 meter ramp height, Perrine Sonia. Our second person off that ramp height comes to you out of Austria. This is Lena Ahama, and we'll be back right on time for jump number 1 next.
Celebremos en grande los 200 años de lucha y grandeza que nos corren por la sangre y que nos mueven a dar siempre lo mejor y a no rajarnos. Encendamos las luces, levantemos los sombreros y que sigan resonando las trompetas y el mariachi, porque aquí se siente el orgullo de ser jalisciense. Este 16 de junio, únete a la fiesta y festejemos juntos que somos Jalisco. 200 años libres y soberanos. Te esperamos. ¡Y que viva Jalisco!
Gobierno de Jalisco.
All right, here we are.
Well, we got two Austrians back-to-back, obviously producing a fine staple of young female jumpers primarily in recent years. Of course, Elena Ahama out on the water, and we've got Lily Steiner next to come. But the last Junior Worlds, they had another strong women's jumper, Pia Mattersdorfer, who's obviously not able to make it this year, but producing a great stable of young female jumpers out of Austria.
Here comes Elena Ahama. I'm sure that her father, the famous Karl Ahama, is watching in and seeing what she can do on jump number 1. taking in a bag load of speed there, but gets settled in on jump number 1, and I'm sure that she'll conjure up something more with the remaining 2 jumps.
Yeah, tough, wily competitor. She's all about 4 feet tall, but she's pretty strong, pretty muscular athlete, and she really just throws herself at that ramp. She had a lot of speed here. If she gets of a hold of a cut like this, it's going to be up in the mid-40s, I think. Unfortunately, as you'll see here on the replay, she did lose her legs to the ramp and would have lost probably at least 4 or 5 meters there. So the score coming through, 37.7, not enough, but she's got the iron on the cut, and if she can get her legs on a spot like this, she's going to go a very long
Certainly hope for her sake that that is the case. Elena Ahama with 37.7 meters to open up her account. We've got 2 jumps remaining. There is Lily Steiner from Austria getting ready herself, knowing full well that it's going to take a distance in excess of 40 meters, as you can see there from Emily Wenzel's score. Good little shot there of our folks taking in the action, all crowding around the big screen TV.
That's right, it's Austria v Germany to make the final right now.
Yeah, indeed.
Jump number 2 here for Elena Ahama. She had plenty of speed. She's not afraid of taking a late cut. What she got for us on jump number 2. Can she get her legs? Looks to be a similar spot. She's got a good deal of speed. She comes off the ramp. It's better.
Oh, yeah. It's better, but unfortunately unable to land it.
Yeah, you know, it was a bit of a line drive in the end. She certainly didn't lose as much to the ramp, but she wasn't getting that nice, clean transition. Often when you land those, you're carrying so much speed still. Those landings can be a little bit awkward. And so unfortunately, Elena here has jumped, we think, far enough to make it through to the final on jump number 2, but she's been unable to ride it away.
Yeah, still a little ways off from actually making it through to the final. She needs that distance in excess of Emily Wenzel's 40-meter attempt. But so she's putting herself under a little bit of pressure here, Curtis, with 1 jump remaining and still needing to get her legs underneath her and conjure up some magic there with a 3rd and final jump.
It's a tough situation to be in. You saw on the replay there, she just landed kind of without the line. And that's a common problem you have when your jump is a bit of a line drive. You're not carrying line tension right to the ramp, not getting that full lift. So you can see there's still plenty to work on for her out there. She hasn't quite felt comfortable, you feel like, on jump number 1 and 2, slipping out, and then still not really controlling jump number 2. And it's sort of the danger. She's gone a lot later, I think, than the other girls we've seen so far. It's a sort of a high-risk, high-reward type gamble from her.
Right, you are. We've got 1 more jump to come as our drone shot follows our skier out there on the water all the way through this attempt. Making the turn around the North Island, and now she's just got to take a deep breath here and see if she can't get the job done with the 3rd and last attempt here in the U21 Women's Jump Series 1 Elimination Round. Here she comes, Elena Ahama, keeping a good tight line, turning a little bit later this time, but dropping that right ski down very, very quickly, just trying to settle in here. Up and over now. Will she be able to land and ride it out? Yes, just about. The question is, what is that distance?
Yeah, I think she's done it, Tony. I think it's going to be up around low 40s, 40.1. She's not done it by a lot. She actually backed it up there. I think that was a little bit earlier from her, which was smart considering how the first 2 jumps went. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I think she has taken the conservative option on 3rd and final and punched her ticket through to the final.
Oh my word. 39.5 meters, 39.5 meters. That means that Emily Wenzel is through to next round. And in addition to that, the cut line is Elena Ahama's now.
Let's check that out. I feel like there was someone at 39.8.
Something around about there, yeah, but yeah, Amelia Mendez. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Yes, Amelia Mendez there is our next cut point with 39.5. Elena Hammer with 39.8 rather, with Elena Hammer one position further back with 39.5 meters. So Emily Wenzel through
Yeah, so
to the next round.
5 skiers left to go, including Lily Steiner on the water right now. So the top 7 are all through. And Amelia Mendez, the Chilean, becomes the bobble. It's the nervous wait for her. Anything over 39.8 will punch your ticket through to this girls' jump final. Cut probably a little bit lower than it's been in recent years. Typically, it's up over 40 meters to make the under 21 women's jump final. It's actually kind of been true across the board, and you know, the trick finals we've seen conclude, or the trick prelims we've seen conclude already. The cuts have been just down a bit this year. Not sure what the reason for that would be. I know there's quite a few injuries we've heard of. Competitors not able to make it. Just, I think, the pressure of such a strong and good field getting to some of these athletes.
All right, here we go. Skier on the water right now is Lily Steiner. Lily Steiner in these championships is slalom and tricked. We'll get the scores for those events in just a moment, but let's see what she can do on the third and last event.
Right, we'd like to see an Austrian through this jump final. Can it be Lily Steiner? Coming in, jump number 1. Solid approach, comes off the ramp pretty well. Looks to be in that similar hole right around 39, 40 meters.
And that jump was certainly more by way of lift than by pure speed coming in. And we'll see if she can get the combination right within the next 2 jumps. Looking at this attempt once again, this is Lily Steiner out of Austria. We'll get the distance coming to you very, very soon. And whether it's going to be enough. We got the distance. Oh, look at this, 39.
Yeah, she's tied her compatriot, 39.5 meters. Like I said, similar hole, but I think that the nice thing for her is she started from a really composed spot. I think where Elena struggled is that there was a lot of variation between jumps, whereas Lily started with a really solid foundation. She doesn't have to tweak much here to get that extra sort of 0.3, 0.4 of a meter, or the extra foot she needs to make it through to this jump final. The big strong towboat coming in. Jump number 2, Lily Steiner of Austria. Can she punch her ticket through to this under 21 women's jump final? She needs
more than
30 centimeters more, Tony. That's all
exactly.
it is. Turns now, approaches the ramp. She's got plenty of speed. Might be a touch later. Comes off the ramp. It's similar again. Too close to call.
It's going to be another. It's going to be another close jump there from Lily Steiner. Lily Steiner, who scored 2.5 buoys on 12 meters in the slalom competition. Unfortunately, not having the best tricking performance that she could have asked for.
It's cold up there in Austria, Tony, to give her some credit. It's a tough event to be into, tricking, and she's done just enough. 40.2 meters, punches her ticket through the jump final. I do feel like there's plenty left in the tank here. She's got a 42-43 in her somewhere.
Yeah, for her sake, in order to stay with her ceiling, she needs to conjure up
I'm doing the same thing.
Something along the lines of the jump distance from Sadie Ferguson, who jumped to 44.2 meters, which is the lead distance you see there up on the screen, as Leah Young-Hanifer gets ready for her three jumps. She's at dockside right now. Let's have a look and see what Lily Steiner has for a third and last jump. 40.2 meters. Ties with one of our competitors on the leaderboard.
The last attempt here from Lily. She's in the final. Now can she improve her seeding and get a confidence builder for tomorrow, the big dance?
Currently tying with Lara Butlin right now with 40.2.
Much the same, maybe
Yeah,
just
I
a
think
touch
so.
less, probably a little early on that jump. She's done what she needed to do, though, punched her ticket through to that final.
Yep, right you are, and looked fairly consistent all the way through, not really pressuring herself to go much further than what she did there with that 40.2. So just looking at this third and last attempt, it's 40.2 right again, 132 feet.
Consistent jumping. Well, our next competitor, and this is, well, it's quite the story, a little bit of a heartbreaking story after the tricks yesterday, but this is out of Malaysia, Alia Jung-Hanifa, who was chasing something that has never been done before in, you know, all the history of all the world championships, under 21, under 17, open. No Asian competitor has ever won a world's medal. And Alia came into this event ranked second in overall. She's a very strong skier across all three events. She slalomed okay. Slalom's the weakest of her three. But unfortunately, tricks, where she was also a medal hopeful in tricks as well. She's tricked up over 8,000 points before. She had an absolute shocker yesterday, tricked only about 3,000 points and missed out on the trick final. So she will not be featuring on that overall podium. However, she is an outside chance at a medal in the jump. She's really improved in recent years, has a personal best up around 47 meters now. This is her last chance, probably her best chance, of course, her last year in under 21s, to do something that no Asian competitor has ever done before and pick up a medal at a world championships.
All right, then. So Alia Jung-Hanifa out of Malaysia, trains over at Putrajaya, but these days is a collegiate water skier, and just completed her first 2 semesters of studies there for the Florida Southern College Moccasins. So let's see what she can unleash upon the competition here with the 3 jumps at her disposal. This is Alia Jung-Hanifa.
Just a 3/4 cut from Alia. But, you know, with that strong tricking foundation, I think where she gets a lot of her distance is really good ramp work. That's what she's looking for here. She comes in jump number 1. Looks to be a decent spot, plenty of speed. Comes off the ramp okay. I think that's going to be right around that 40-meter mark, Tony. It's going to be another one that's fairly close to call.
Yes, and just trying to take it relatively steady on jump number 1, and not looking to push the envelope too much with that opening jump. Turns in, stays upright over her skis, and not really pushing too hard off the turn, letting the boat do most of the work in this instance. Up and over. And they're still missing a bunch of her kick. Well,
in the final, though,
meters.
Yep, 40 meters flat. Like I said, right on that distance. So, Tony, you're a bit of a petrol head. You might find this interesting. From a really talented sporting family, all strong water skiers, but her older brother was a Formula 1 driver.
Yeah, from what I've been able to ascertain, yeah.
Good skier too. Competed against him once back in the day. He was not a bad jumper himself. Could jump up around 50 meters, I think, when he got it together. But yeah, I don't think he spent long on the circuit, but I think he did a couple seasons in Formula 1.
All right, then. Interesting to hear. And we've got Alia Jung-Hanifa getting ready for the remaining 2 jumps. We have 3 more competitors to come. Ines Anguano, Kennedy Hansen, and Augustina Vara. So let's see what we've got here, courtesy of Alia Jung-Hanifa, as she works her way in towards the course for jump number 2. Setting herself up, setting her sights. Oh yeah, that's a better looking jump. A lot more speed. The lift was there as well.
There's a really nice jump from Alia. That's going to be, I think, up around the lead we have right now. It's at 44 meters. That might be just shy of it, but she's building in the set. Now, the dynamic has changed a little bit for Alia because she's not really jumping for the overall anymore. She's pretty much ruled herself out of that contention, and she's already in the jump final. Her best chance at a medal now is in the jump. So this set is really for her to get her eye in, get set for the final. 44.6, that's a really good jump from Alia.
And 44.6 actually
puts her just in the lead right ahead of Sadie.
And actually puts her in second place in the overall competition right now. She is about 439.73 points adrift from Sadie Ferguson, who has the lead in the overall with 2660.87.
It's interesting. I'm surprised she's that high up. Of course, Kennedy Hansen's still to jump, and when she jumps, assuming she lands a jump, she's going to rocket into first place into that the overall battle. She is the favorite, and it will be tough to catch her from here on out. But possibly, I haven't looked at it closely enough, that Alia is an outside chance at a medal in the overall. But I think jump is her best shot. She's looking good. She's put herself in the lead in this jump elimination round. This really is just building confidence for the finals now. Can she have a look for maybe just a little bit later here on third and final?
All right, here we go. Alia Young-Hannaford, jump number 3, a little bit later with this one. And a sensational looking jump there. That jump should be closer to about 45 meters, and that will definitely give her more in terms of overall points. So now she's got not one, but 2 markers going into the final so far as the overall competition is concerned.
I mean, I think she's hunting down a jump medal here as Alia. I think she has the goods. I mean, that's beautiful technique. You can see those years of trick skiing transferring through. Similar jump on third and final, just 0.1 of a meter less, but I think she's built herself up for some big jumps here in the big dance, the final come tomorrow.
All right then, so 44.5. She's through to the next round of the competition, and our next competitor coming to us out of France, it's Ines Anguano. And when we return, we'll bring her in for jump number 1. All that to come next. All right, back on. We've got on the water at this time Ines Anguano. Basically ruled herself out of overall contention with her slalom and tricking performances earlier on in the competition. So if she wants to have an impact upon these championships, this is going to be pretty much it. The singular jump event there, Curtis.
Yeah, and I think there's not a lot between, everyone between Alia through to Kennedy in the jump field. They're all pretty similar jumpers, all capable of going in that sort of 45 to 47 meter range. Augustina last off the dock. She, of course, is the favorite, but anything can happen out there. Of course, you got to do it on the day. So, Ines, outside chance of potentially winning this event. First up, though, she's going to have to make it through to the jump final.
All right, here we go, folks. This now is Ines Anguano, jump number 1. And I think she's done enough to make it through.
Yeah, I'd say that's punched the ticket. Looked to be up around 41, 42 meters for her on opening jump.
All right, we're going to take a look at this jump again via the instant replay, and interesting to see her approach, deciding not to go with the easier turn and easier cut into the jump, just going full beans into it. And I tell you what, she took a bit of a shoulder charge into that jump and almost left that right ski behind her. And it's 42.4 meters. She has punched her ticket through to the next round there, Curtis.
She has, and I think that it looked late there, but I think she largely pointed her skis out of that turn, so I think she does have room to bring it down a little bit, perhaps even a little bit wider, depending on what she's been doing in training. So plenty of room left in the tank for the young French woman through to the jump final, but looking to see if she can have a higher seat off the dock.
All right, and continuing right along, he's Curtis Williams, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and this is the U21 World Water Ski Championships for 2023. Glad to have you on board here at Boca Laguna, just outside of Chapala in the Mexican state of Jalisco. So here we go. Ines Anguano already through to the next round on the strength of 42.4 meters. Let's see what she's got here at the 1 meter 65 ramp height. Turns. And
it's a much bigger jump,
yeah,
Tony. She's got a hold of that one. A little more speed and really carried it through. That line tension right off the top of the ramp when the boat is still pulling you as you move through the air. That's what we were talking about earlier. That unfortunately Elena Auheimer was missing on that jump. She didn't ride out. That's what she's done really well here. She comes off the ramp and you watch, still through the air. She's getting pulled from that Nordic towboat, accelerating even as she flies through the air.
Yeah, hallmarks of a great jump in there in terms of distance. It's 43.8, 43.8 meters, and that currently puts her in about third place right now, behind Elia Young-Hanifer and Sadie Ferguson, the only competitors that we've seen jump really deep into the 40-meter range.
Yeah, of course, not a ton of pressure on a lot of these girls to pull out huge jumps, but the conditions are certainly there for it. Like we talked about earlier, we had a lot of girls crack 40 meters for the first time today. The conditions are just about perfect. There's a head breeze coming down the lake. It's not super strong, as you can see on the pictures there, but it's just enough they're going to feel it in the air, particularly as they start getting above some of that tree cover.
All right, here she is, jump number 3. Ines Anguano. We'll see her in the women's jump final. Unfortunately, that would be the only final in which we would see her. Let's see what she's got. Jump number 3, Ines Anguano. And just got a little twisted off the jump there, Curtis.
Yeah, not quite as far, but she has punched her ticket through the jump final. That's some redemption for her after a disappointing tournament in the slalom and the tricks. And she will feature tomorrow in that women's jump final, and she has a real shot at picking up a medal.
All right, we'll wait on the jump distance. It should be revealed, and because of that twist off the top of the jump, she didn't get much in the way of distance. That will be put on the bottom of your screen in both metric and in feet and inches. Make sure that we cater to all measurement systems, metric and feet and inches, and it's a 137 or 41.2 meters. So we're now down to our penultimate competitor, and this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be Kennedy Hansen, and we're going to see her next. Then, so Kennedy Hansen getting ready for her 3 jumps. Interesting to see where she is in respect to the world U21 overall record, which is currently held by Brooke Baldwin from the last World Championships. She performed a score of 2 at 10.75, a trick score of 79.20. And a jump of 49.3 meters to give her a total of 23.04.03. So we're keeping an eye on that potential as well. We'll see what Kennedy Hansen has in store for us with a first of 3 attempts employing the 3/4 cut here.
Yep, the young Florida native looking to punch her ticket through the jump final and pretty much seal the overall title here on jump number 1. Tidy approach, comes off the ramp decently. She's done enough, I think, to get through to the final. And because of some of the upsets we've seen early in the tournament, she may have done enough here on jump number 1 to pretty much seal, sign, and deliver that overall title.
Of course, there is the final rounds, of course, tomorrow, and that could feature some great overall performances from the likes of Sadie Ferguson as well. Let's have a look and see what the distance is. It should be revealed up on our screen very, very soon. It won't be the best jump distance that we've seen. It's a 43.6. That will punches her dance card in the women's jump final. We've got 2 more jumps for her to produce. Then we'll go on to Augustina Vara, who we see on dockside right now getting ready on deck.
Yeah, defending champion, of course. Augustina took out that title there at Corey Picos's 2 years ago. That was pretty special too, because it was a double world title in the same week, of course, winning the under-17 and the under-21 world jump title back-to-back. She is, of course, the favorite, but on the water right now is Kennedy Hansen, who we believe is the outright favorite in the women's overall. She's opened up tidily here. Looked easy on jump number 1. I think she's got plenty more left in the tank if she decides to just bring it down a little bit later here on jump number 2.
All right, and opening up a 141-point differential ahead of her nearest competition, Sadie Ferguson. Here she comes. Good-looking jump there from Kennedy Hansen, really piling on the pressure there on that 1.65-meter high ramp. And I suspect that one is going to be a skosh further. Wouldn't you agree there, Curtis?
Looked bigger to me. I think she may be challenging the lead here. This was a really nice jump from Kennedy. She has great technique. Not anything crazy late, but the way she comes off that ramp and really milks her cut for everything it's worth is phenomenal. Again, strong trick skiing background coming into play. I believe that ties the lead, 44.6 meters. Great jumping on second attempt.
Right, 44.6 meters, 44.6 meters. That will be a good shot in the arm so far as the overall is concerned. That opens up now a 177-point differential between her and Sadie Ferguson in the women's overall competition.
Human calculator, Tony Lightfoot. You got live overall scores. This is pretty top-notch, mate.
We try.
Gone are the days I used to try to do the math in my head.
All right, then. So, and still in third place in overall, okay, so apparently looks like we got a fast time on the second segment on the jump number 2, which means that we take that jump number 3, and if she exceeds a second jump distance with the third, then the possibility of a re-ride does not present itself. Here we go on the third and last jump, possibly for Kennedy Hansen. Let's see what she's got.
Another good jump from Kennedy there. Not sure if it's quite as far, so we may end up with a re-ride here. We'll wait and see. Similar hole.
All right, so we're just waiting on that distance to come through. We're just, and I suspect it's going to be a little bit longer. I mean, just on the lift and the speed alone. So the good-looking third and last jump, really trying to press a little harder towards the end of that jump. We're looking at the distance. And as I suspected, that third and last jump is going to be longer, and if it is, then the re-ride is not in play. It is going to be longer for Kennedy Hansen, 44.8 meters. Now 44.8 meters, recalculating the overall, that gives her a 184.46 differential against Sadie Ferguson.
Yeah, and Sadie's best shot probably is going to be picking up. Well, I think Sadie has room to improve probably in all 3 events, so it's possible that she could close that gap. But I think the smart money is on Kennedy to take home that title. She really is up-and-coming superstar in the overall event, but it will make it exciting tomorrow, that battle, Sadie v. Kennedy.
Yeah.
But I can't contain my excitement right now because we have one of my favorite jumpers in the world to watch right now. I think she is an absolute superstar and someone to watch in the pro ranks in the years to come. At such a young age, she was sensational at the last Under-17 U21 Worlds in Florida, and looking to see if she can back that up with a strong performance again here in these World Championships.
All right, it's Augustina Vara out of Chile getting plenty of support on dockside, and yeah, just to emphasize the women's overall between Kennedy Hansen and Sadie Ferguson, the only two competitors in the women's competition that has a marker in all three events with the potential to actually improve or to the point where they catch up the deficit or come back and redeem oneself. All right there, so Augustina Vara, let's see some of the distances that she has produced in the recent past.
Well, her and Valentina Gonzalez have been trading that Chilean national record back and forth for a couple years now. It seems every week I see someone's taking it off the other. She's jumped up over 50 meters. I think her best is around 51, 52 at this point. Not sure. I have heard some rumors that she's potentially been struggling for form a little bit in the lead up to this event, so probably just looking for something fairly conservative here to open up, at least by her standards.
Jumped 50.8 meters at the King of Darkness not too long ago. Let's see if she can conjure up something along those lines. Ah, good float, and yeah.
There's the lead, Tony. There's the lead, no doubt about it. She has snuck ahead of Kennedy Hansen, and she really is just a class above the rest of the girls. I mean, if everything goes to script, she should win this event by, we think, 3 to 4 meters pretty comfortably. But of course, you know, confidence is a big deal in jump, so this is good for her in the elimination round, and see if she can build on this into tomorrow.
Not only does she jump, but she also tricks in slaloms. Didn't do enough in those last two events to advance.
Watch this replay, Tony. You know, we've kind of switched gears here. So the full double cut, she's a lot wider than the other girls. Coming at the ramp from a lot later, but so controlled. She lands off the second wake here on the one ski. Perfect balance, comes off the top, and is able to kind of ride that line right through. And you know, she's still capable of doing a lot more out there.
Indeed, indeed. And Augustina Vara, who jumped 47.2 meters. Now, she is in 4th place overall, surprisingly. And she is about less than 100 points differential between herself and Alaya Young-Hanifa.
Yeah, like I said, that battle for the bronze in the women's overall has really been thrown open by some of the upsets we've had early in this tournament. I think that would be quite the achievement if Augustina could make that. But right now she is jumping, folks. She has the lead. She wants to really assert her dominance here. Can she push up close to 50 meters? Another late cut. She's got plenty of speed as she drives here into the base of the ramp. She lets that one go. And that's a luxury she has. No pressure right now. She's made the final. She's top seed no matter what. Here she is just trying to see if she can have a look, find that spot she needs for a big jump come tomorrow.
All right then, so let's have a look at the skiers that have made it through to the final. All but one of our Series 1 jumpers has made it through to the next round of the competition. We got Nelly Allah, she's through, Sadie Ferguson, then Sonia Steiner, Young-Hanifa, Angwano, Hansen, Vara, Haraway, Potbacker, Wenzel, and Butlin. So we will we'll come back in a moment, just in time for Augustina Vara's last jump. All right, we're back, and Augustina Vara has one more jump to come.
Yeah, of course, this is the last skier in the women's elimination round. We'll take a pretty brief break, and we'll be into the boys. I'm very excited for that. We've got some big jumpers on the dock. But, of course, right now we have the Chilean superstar, young up-and-comer on the scene, Agustina Vara. She already has the lead. She's top seed through to the final, but she's got more in the tank. She wants to really get her eye in for the finals tomorrow. Coming in now, third and final attempt for Agustina. Another good approach. She's got, lets that one go as well. Again, smart jumping from her. She didn't need to take any of those jumps. She did what she did on jump number 1. She's having a look at timing on the last couple there, and we will see her back in the finals, of course, last off the dock.
Indeed we will, and Agustina Vara has the 1,000 points in the women's overall competition for this particular event. And it's certainly going to be a tight situation in regards to the overall and the jumping competition. You know, there's very little to choose from between Agustina Vara and Alaya Young-Hanifa for the bronze medal. But essentially, it's become a two-way battle between Sadie Ferguson, who is currently in second, and Kennedy Hansen, who leads the overall after the elimination round. All right, with that in mind, let's take a look. Agustina Vara, your winner of the elimination round with 47.2. Kennedy Hansen with 44.8 meters. Alaya Young-Hanifa with 44.6. Sadie Ferguson 44.2. Ines Anguino rounds up the top 5 there with 43.8 meters. So some good jumping there, Curtis.
Yeah, heart goes out. We had a couple girls that jumped what looked like far enough to make that final. Didn't ride them away. Of course, Elena Arhammer of Austria and my favorite, Courtney Williams of New Zealand. So devastating stuff for them. But I hear it's time to do some business with America.
All right. We'll be back right after this.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, you know, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, you know, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, you know. And Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, then. So, okay, welcome back to the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Boca Laguna, here just outside Chapala. All right, so let's have a look at the results from our previous event, or actually the current men's jumping leaderboard, which shows that Fletcher Holm is in the lead with 52.2 meters. Jacob Chambers won 48.8 meters. And second, Joel O'Toole with 47.2, and with 46.8 meters, Jake Abelson for 154 feet. All right, here's a look at our starting list. Ramp height is going to be at 1.65 meters high. Clarence Laveau of France will be our lead-off skier in that series, followed by Will Gibson, then Dima Thompson, Corey Sandington, Alexander Schiel. Then we've got Dominic Kuhn, Ben Cosgriff, and Zach Butterfield. So that's what we've got. The men's jumping competition, Series 2. Number of overall skiers, 1 or 2 overall skiers in Series 2 looking to make an impact and try and assert themselves in the overall battle. And then we'll go on to Series 1, where all but 2 of the jumpers will be jumping at the 1.65 meter ramp height. And then that will round off the elimination round of the competition. Then that will prepare us for us to go headlong into the jumping finals, which will take place tomorrow, along with the tricks and the slalom. right, first competitor out. Representing France, it's going to be Clarence Laveau. Right on top of the world right now, Clarence Laveau, who slalomed 3 at 11.25 meters in the slalom elimination round. Backed that up with an 87.20 in the tricks event. So definitely a contender for maybe a high finish in the overall competition. We'll see what he can conjure up with the 3 jumps that are at his disposal. All right, here we go. Clarence Laveau jumping on his first attempt. Here we go, folks. Pushing hard to get out as wide as he can on jump number 1, and now working his timing off the turn. Oh no, and how on earth? How on earth did he recover enough to where he got his right ski back underneath him and had a pretty darn good shot of riding out that jump? He was taking a walk on the wild side and then some. I've seen a few recoveries in the day. I can even go back to an instance in 2010 at the European Championships where Claudio Kostenberger did more or less the same thing right there in Skarnes in Norway. And in this guy right here, Clarence Laveau, we're taking a look at his first jump. This attempt on the instant replay came off the jump. That right ski was going downwards. And I tell you what, a great recovery there from him. That was our first camera replay. We'll take a look at the other side if we can possibly manage it. Clarence Laveau getting ready for jump number 2, so a fall on jump number 1. But it could have been a heck of a lot more coming off the jump here. Whenever you see the tops of the jump skis from the spectator bank, you know there's something going on with that jump that ain't all together. All right, here we go, folks. This is Clarence Laveau coming in on jump number 2. Now let's see what he can do by way of recovery. Here we go, folks. Clarence Laveau. Fall on jump number 1. Pushed quite hard to get out wide on his previous jump. Let's see if he can settle in and actually conjure up some magic here. That's much better. Now, does he land and ski it away? Oh, no! And he's got 2 falls under his belt, unfortunately. So now it's going to come down to his third and last attempt to gain a score for Clarence Laveau. All right, looking at this instant replay, and certainly a better jump, certainly more in control. But Clarence Laveau staring down that jump and just turning in, Getting set in the position and not moving one iota off that second wake, save to lift his left ski. Coming off the jump. And then he just fell back and just sank into the water, and the line didn't get tight enough exactly where he wanted it to go. And that was a little unfortunate there for Clarence Laveau. All right then, joined by a couple of friends of mine here, Rene Martinez and Carlos Madrid. How you doing, guys?
Hello, Tony. Hello, Rene.
Hello, Tony. Hello, everyone. Good to see
Rene Martinez is here with us to commentate a bit about water skiing, and he's a Mexican celebrity. He's one of he has done history in long distance swimming. We will be talking a little in between the jumps, and he's a very good water skier too. He runs into 35 off, so we could talk a bit about his sport and our sport, and what's the difference between sports.
All right, let's have a look and see what Clarence Laveau has got for his third and last jump. He's put himself under a mountain of pressure here, using letter T on the 0 off and going with the sub-max speed. 1.65 meter ramp height. He's got to conjure up some magic here if he has any aspirations of making it through to the men's jump final. Here he comes, jump number 3. Just not getting everything that he really wanted out of that jump set. Clarence Laveau coming into the shore. Certainly recovered well off jump number 1, but he gets the distance in, but I doubt whether it'll be enough to send him through to the next round of the competition. Carlos.
Yeah, that was, he was skiing really good. He had a great trick set in the morning. Clarence, he's been practicing here for a long time, and we know that all the amount of meters that he has gained in the past couple of months is incredible what he has done, and unfortunately with that second fall, but hopefully he has a quite far jump on the third one.
All right then, so Clarence Laveau has actually put himself in second place in overall behind Jake Abelson at this time. There is about a 158-point differential between Jake Abelson and Clarence Laveau as we get ready for our next competitor. It should be Will Gibson out of New Zealand.
So welcome, Rene.
What I find very, very impressive here is the amount of mental preparation that these young men need to have prior and during these type of competitions, especially after one of these experiences of a very close crash. You need to pick it up. You need to be very ready and ready to hit the next jump. So very impressive from these young guys.
So Rene, tell us about yourself. Rene here, he's a local skier here in Boca Laguna. He takes it very serious. He runs into 35 off, and he's been doing history in long distance swimming in Mexico. He started swimming from Santa Catalina to Los Angeles. It was 46 kilometers far. Then he went around Manhattan Island, another 45K. And then you went the English Channel and Molokai to Honolulu. So tell us about it. And I want you to tell us what you think about the difference between swimming and water skiing.
Well, thank you, Carlos, for this great introduction. Let's see about this jump, and afterwards I'll tell you a bit more about the swimming.
Here we go, jump number 1 for Will Gibson from New Zealand. Taking in a bunch of speed here, and a nice landing there. He should have no trouble riding out that jump. Will Gibson, look at some of the results that he's produced in the recent past. He's jumped along the lines of about 40, 48, 40, 47 meters. His best jump was in the Aussie Kiwi Challenge way back in March, where he jumped 49.8 meters.
Well, as I was saying, Carlos, very different sports which I am into. One which is swimming, which it involves a lot of endurance preparation, a lot of visualization. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's kind of similar with regards to the mental preparation that you need to have, and how you need to switch from one sport to another, so that you complement the different muscle types that you're working out, and of course, always focusing on the main sport that you are. It takes to swim 45K, it took me almost 14 hours. Talking about the English channel, yeah.
All right then, so 51.4 meters on the first jump there for Will Gibson. Coming in, jump number 2. His personal best is 54.3 meters, set some 2 seasons ago at the New Zealand National Championships, and looking for something around the same measure. I think that one might end up being a little bit further there, Carlos.
Yeah, looked a little bit farther. I think he was a bit early on the ramp. He got a good kickoff, but I think he can bring it a bit down for the third jump. So, Rene, as you were mentioning, the English channel is here. The similarity that we have sometimes is that we get in the water and the water is pretty cold and we are worrying about too much, but we're a few seconds in the water. What was the water temperature in the English channel, and what did you did for all these 14 hours?
Well, it was close to 14, 15 degrees Celsius. So you need to build a lot of bioprene. That means that you need to gain weight. I needed to gain about 16, 17 kilograms for me to cope with the cold. So on the other hand, here in the water ski, as you see, these fine athletes, they are quite fit, not too much fat or body fat, so to say. So yeah, as for me, when I water ski and when I am training for a long swim, it's very complicated for me to do that balance body-wise.
All right then, so the distance there for Will Gibson, 54.7 meters. If I'm reading this correctly, that could well be a personal best. It certainly exceeds whatever he jumped 2 seasons ago. Here he comes, Will Gibson. That is an absolutely superb looking jump there. Took in a lot of speed and just as much height. That could well be another long distance there for him. Will Gibson really sending it out there during this jump set.
That was a great jump, much better turn. He was slower on the turn, and he kept the speed all the way into the ramp, and looks like it's going to come out into the best jump out of all 3. Hopefully he gets some more meters on the pocket.
So one question, Carlos, for you and Tony, being that having all of this experience throughout water skiing, what amount of time do you think a pro or aspiring pro water skier should focus in mental training regarding to physical training and water skiing? Because I don't know, I mean, from outside I see that it's quite a cruel sport. The athletes fly and travel all throughout the world, probably even to have one set, right? So mental training should be something that athletes should be worrying a lot about.
Well, from my personal experience, that never really that really never gelled with me too much. It was more a case of like strapping on the skis and just getting after it. You know, I'm guessing the mental aspect really came into play so far as the tricking is concerned, where more of them, where the movements and stuff there required a little bit more concentration and attention compared to slalom and jump. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely gel with the mental aspect being quite prevalent within our sport. It just never really happened for me that much, unfortunately.
Yeah, for us, the mental strength, I think, is the most important thing. We know that we're traveling around the world, and most of us only have one chance, one ski opportunity, and yeah, you try to get everything, months of preparation, months of visualization, because sometimes you don't even get to practice, and you don't get to practice on the side, and you go out and you can fall in your first pass and it's a game over. So that's something for us, but now going into a different sport of swimming, what's about, tell us something about mental strength, because that could help also water skiers. And some of us, we think we know what's the mental strength, but being 15 hours on the water at 14 Celsius, it should be a totally different level of mental strength. Please tell us right after this jump, Tony.
All right, then, here we go. This is Dima Thompson. Let's see what he's got on jump number one. Ooh, a little bit wayward off the jump on that one. I doubt whether that distance will be anywhere close to what he's produced in the past, like in last year's Austrian Open, where he jumped 50.3 meters. Taking a look at some of his other jumps, and that 50-meter mark that he produced last year would suggest that that is where his personal best was, but he's certainly not going to get anywhere close to that with a jump attempt of that nature there, Carlos.
Yeah, it was more like a warm-up jump, so hopefully he starts pushing some more speed for these next two jumps, and a little bit farther, more width, and we will see more meters out of him.
Okay, yeah, well, as I was saying, for me, 14 hours swimming, it's a lot of time for me to recuperate or deal with a lot of crisis. But here, you only get one chance. So I think that it's very important for you to be ready prior to every competition mentally. Focus, I don't know, visual exercises, visualization, but especially when somebody may underperform or something like that, to deal with that and move on, right? It must be very, very hard for you to move on and be motivated and get ready for the next.
Yeah, for sure, it's a mental strength. I think in all sports is super important. These guys have been training for months and months for this competition. Everybody's getting ready. Oh, that was a farther. It looked like it could be ended up to be a better jump, but he was a bit late, Tony, and he managed to come out on a good position. But we will see him now on the third jump attempt.
Right, you are. So his first jump was 40.6 meters, but I don't think that's going to have anywhere close to being a shot to make it through to the next round of the competition. But looking at Dima Thompson, son of the famous Elena Thompson, who really rocked the world in tournament water skiing in the latter part of the 90s, early part of the 2000s. But just not really getting settled in, and he's got one last jump to conjure up something close to his PB, which is around the 50-meter range. And we'll come back just in time for Dima Thompson's third and last attempt.
Ready for the third jump, and during the commercials we were talking a little bit with Rene that he will go through what are his thoughts when he's about to do open water swimming, and he's in the middle of nowhere, he's in the middle of the ocean. But it's not only about swimming 46 kilometers or swimming 14 hours, 15 hours, but getting into the water at 9 o'clock p.m. to start the swim. So that's a challenge, and he ends up swimming about 11, 12 in the morning. So we will go after this jump.
All right, still in the lead is Fletcher Holm with a jump of over 55.2 meters in the previous series. Now let's see if Dima can redeem himself a little bit here with jump number 3. Yeah, that one's a much better jump. If he can land and ride it out, yeah, there you go. He'll get scored on that one. That's going to be his best jump out of the 3, I would imagine. 46.6 on jump number 1, a fall on jump number 2, and that one rounds off his effort.
That was a much better jump, even though he had a funny kick on the second jump. He managed to keep the head up, and that was a much better jump. 49 meters on his third jump, 49 meters, better third jump.
Right, 49 meters there, about within half a meter of his best jump that we've seen him produce in the last season or so. All right, so Dima Thompson, that should put him in about the top 3 or 4 at this time. And when we return, we're going to bring on our next competitor from Australia. It's going to be Corey Saddington next.
Okay. So Rene, one final question. Thank you for being and sharing the microphone with us. Please, what I said in a few minutes ago, what comes up through your mind getting in the water in the middle of nowhere at 9 o'clock p.m.?
Well, it's pretty dark out there, but yeah, I mean, I could make a comparison probably for when you have a trigger to set yourself at the flow situation, or coming back to a flow concept of things when you're 110% concentrated. So of course there are times where you can't get out of your head that many sharks may be down there, but it's the same as in skiing. When you're overthinking what you're doing, is that you're not focused and you're not in a flow state. So it's sometimes very important for you to know which triggers you need for you to get in a flow position.
All right,
Great.
Jump number 1, Corey Saddington. Turns away, keeps a good tight line. And coming off the handle a little bit early for my liking, but still able to land and ride that one out and secure a distance as he gets ready for the remaining 2 jumps.
Great opener. For sure he's feeling the conditions. He's going to bring it down a bit on the second and third jump. Let's see what he's going to bring for us. And for sure we're going to expect much better, longer jumps in the next 2 to come. Well, Rene, thank you for sharing the stage with us. Thank you for your words, and keep going. Now we're trying to, well, we didn't say that you have swim here about 7 hours straight, and we wanted to ski and you didn't let us because you were going around and around the lake for 7 hours. We'll see you back in the water, and hopefully you get a shot to cross Chapala Lake, that it's 80 kilometers long in the next few years.
Absolutely. We'll be looking forward for that. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, that would need to be in the winter because it's pretty hot right now. All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries there. Okay, so Corey Sannington opening up with a 43.1 meter jump. Looking to try and get a little bit more out of the ramp this time around. Here he comes on his second attempt. We're almost halfway done with the second series of jumps. But there you go. That's a little bit better pull off the top of the jump, and certainly a much better attempt there, Carlos.
Yeah, much better. As we said, the wind is blowing, and it looks like it's a cross headwind. Maybe it's full headwind on the ramp, but these guys are thinking and are coming out and feeling the wind that actually in the water you don't see it, but outside of the water it's pushing. Looked like a much better jump, and we will see what the distance was.
Distance should be revealed any moment now, and it is 47.7 meters. So
47.7. Looking at the skiers up next, we still have about 14 skiers left, 13 skiers. So the cut, it should be right now. We're talking about right now 51 meters. It's the longest jump at the moment, but we know very good skiers are up ahead.
Yes, indeed, and we still got Fletcher Holm in the lead with a 55.2 meter jump. So he has an outside chance of making it through to the next round of the competition and starting all the way in Series 3. I mean, he jumped last night, and certainly surprised a few people, given where he was in terms of the series. Here he comes, Corey Sannington, up, yep. A better looking jump, but still missed a bunch of his kick there.
Yes, for sure. Looked like a better jump. All these skiers are capable of going much farther. I know that they're right now, they have to get in the rhythm of the conditions out. Remember here in the jump event, maybe it could be more challenging due to we are 1,500 meters above sea level. The boat is running much different than what it usually runs at sea level. So they have to stay calm. They need to cut a little later, so you see the angles of the ramp much. You get scared when you see the ramp passing by. So they have to settle their minds. They have to know that they're going to be okay at the ramp, keep the tight line, keep a slow turn, and get as much speed as possible into the ramp.
All right, they're joining us here in the announcing point is Curtis Williams. We'll bring on our next competitor, who should be Alexander Schiel from Austria. He'll be out on the water next. All right, there, here comes Alexander Schiel from Austria. Still got about 4 more competitors to go, including him. And knowing that the Series 1 competitors are number 10, and we've got 12 skiers advancing out to the elimination round, safe to say, much like one or two of our other events, that the top 2 competitors out of Series 2, whoever is the leading skier and its runner-up, whoever holds those distinctions coming out to Series 2 will advance through to the next round of the competition. Right, let's see who we have on the water at this time. Alexander Schiel from Austria.
Yeah, been impressed with the Austrian jumpers so far. Willi Steiner was great earlier, and poor Elena Ahammer just narrowly missing on that final. What's he got here on his first attempt? Looks to be a pretty good spot. He's got plenty of speed. Oh, he misses his kick a bit, just spreads those skis off the ramp. Plenty left in the tank, though, with 2 more jumps still build on.
Yeah, taking a little bit of an early approach there and just needing to change direction off the second wake to actually make it on.
Yes, as you mentioned, looks like he was a good turn. He was carrying speed, but if you see, he was a bit early at the ramp. Once again, you have to manage with all these different variables with the altitude and more than with adrenaline and with the rush that they're having in the dock. They're so ready for this, and they're so ready to cut hard, cut late, but they need to have a clear mind and go very slow on the turn, and you have to cut later here. The boat is it's not gonna run as strong as it goes at sea level.
Yeah, of course, the other dynamic here is that the way the water skis. I know it's got quite a high mineral content and it's quite slippery. And what I've heard from a lot of the skiers so far is that in their turns, they feel very late and they end up early. And I think that's maybe a little bit of what we just saw there on jump 9 from Alexander, where he probably started a little bit harder than he needed to.
All right, here we go. Here comes Alexander Schiel of Austria, opening up with 48.8 meters. Let's see if he can force himself to go a little later down the course, taking all of what Curtis has said into account. Here he comes. Sails a little bit off the top of the jump there, a little bit of banking there, but still able to get the jump down, and that should be close to 50 meters, I would say.
Yeah, that was a better looking second jump. Curtis, you were totally right. Here, the altitude brings the water density stronger. You don't get as deep as you can go on lakes in Florida. You are very up on the water, and also the lake is fed with well water that it's 170 meters below the ground. The water comes out with a lot of minerals. It comes out actually thermal at 32 Celsius. So the pH of the water and the density of the water is different in here, and they have to manage that. They have to stay calm. They're going to have a quicker turn. They're going to be more above the water than they usually do. And what you said, they need to clear their mind, make sure that they're going to be on spot on the ramp. But yes, for sure, they're going to see a different angle of the ramp when they are all the way out in the other side of the boat.
All right, having opened up with 51 actually opened up with 48.8, has followed in with a 51.4, which appears to be his personal best jump. So it looks like he's going to be happy no matter where he ends up. Alexander Schiel of Austria coming in. Oh yeah, getting pushed forward a little bit off the top of the jump, just trying to manage the speed and the lift all at the same time. But a good solid effort there from start to finish, improving on each successive jump there. That's Alexander Schiel of Austria. We'll see, look at the instant replay.
Yeah, it was a much better jump, I thought. The one before, he had a lot of speed, but it was sort of flat speed where most of it came out of the turn. This time he was able to build just a little bit more into the base of the ramp, and I think it should be a little bit further. I'm not sure if it's going to be quite what he needs to punch his ticket through to the final, but he's looked pretty solid and tidy out there as the young Austrian. So that, of course, very unique site, like you're saying, because of the altitude and because of the mineral content of the water. But what I love about it is it's different. But watching the scores so far across all 3 events, but particularly focusing on the jump today, it's working for people. We've seen, we had, I think, at least three girls crack 40 meters for the first time earlier today. So if you can figure it out, it obviously will play into your advantage. And we're seeing some really good scores.
Yeah, for sure. As you mentioned, the water conditions are a bit different with all this. I think it's we call it is very unique lake. The water it's totally spring fed from the well, which is very far down, 170 meters, as I mentioned, and all this region, Chapala region, all this region is known as thermal waters. So this changes a bit, and the scores actually, once you get your mindset that these little details are not going to matter, it's actually really good a ski lake, and we saw a great slalom performance, great trick performance, and now we're starting to watch great jumps. And this time, this last jump, we saw that he was still early on the ramp. He managed to kick the ramp and get as much speed as possible, but they are still early. I think everybody's managing, it has to deal with the turn, and they have to be able to go later and better mindset.
All right. Okay, so looks like we got a distance coming through. 50.7, which means that is a 51.4 is the one that that holds the best jump distance for him. We're going to run the boat up and down, and when we return, we'll be just on time for Dominik Kuhn from Austria next. All right, so skier about to take to the water will be Dominik Kuhn. We'll know within about the next couple of skiers who has made it through to the next round of the competition, at least at this early stage. So Dominik getting ready. Just waiting for the green light from our officials. Make his way out.
Yeah, we just had a slight delay there. There was an issue with the jump measuring system. I understand what happened is one of the judges was enjoying some lovely Mexican hospitality, had a full spread of tacos and some drinks, and unfortunately just spilled a little bit of beans and rice on the keyboard, and they had to take a minute to clean it up. It's a danger when you got such beautiful food here on site.
No, I think everybody's enjoying it. Alvaro, my brother, has done a great job, and my father organizing this event. They have to put so much time into it, and yeah, great food around. So many good restaurants around the area. I hope you had good meals here. Chapala is known as one of the best weathers in the world. We always have great temperature. This is as hot as it could get, which is really hot, but doesn't get us and never gets as cold. And it's one of the biggest American and Canadian retirement community in the country. So all these restaurants and everybody, they all speak English. And most of the incomes that all these restaurants get are from American and Canadians that live here in the region.
It's very nice because my Spanish is pretty rusty these days, so I'm glad the locals are so accommodating.
All right there, so working right along, Dominik Kuhn on the water right now. 3 jumps at his disposal. and looking for a distance in excess of 55.2 meters, which is currently the lead, courtesy of Fletcher Holm, who jumped last night.
Well, and what a tournament he's had. He skied in the bottom series in all 3 events, and I don't think it's really indicative of his skiing ability. I say he just hasn't skied a lot of world ranking tournaments the last couple of years, but he's gone out there and skied right up around personal best territory in all 3 events. He's leading the overall right now. Of course, most of the big dogs have yet to jump, so they haven't registered, but he has skied so well across all 3 events, and he is right now the bobble and has a serious chance of making it through this jump final.
All right you are. Here we go. Dominic Kuhn from Austria. Let's see how Lady brings this one. A little lackadaisical with the turn. I think halfway into the turn, he knew he was coming into the jump relatively early, so he kind of backed off and prevented himself from putting too much pressure and needing to refuse on jump number 1. But he's got some work to do there, Curtis.
Yeah, but 3 jumps to come, and he took the conservative route there, gets a score on the board. I thought it was still a pretty good jump. He went up a long way. He certainly gets his legs, this young man, the young Austrian. And certainly looks like he's capable of pushing an extra sort of 5-6 meters.
All right, 46.3 on jump number 1. Needing a lot more than that to put himself in contention.
Dominic was one of those skiers that I was in the boat for official, for familiarization practice, before official practice, and he was doing, we were actually totally dark at night, and I saw him out. He was committed, and he didn't care about the daylight, and he was doing toe turns at dark. Such a great skier. I watched him ski. I think he practiced out of Pico ski, if I'm not mistaken. Great skier, great overall skier, and that was a good warm-up jump, and we will see a much better second jump.
All right, jumping 53.2 meters in last year's Austrian Nationals. That constitutes his personal best. Here he comes. This is Dominic Kuhn. Keeping a good tight line and handle up a little bit high off the turn. But getting pulled over his right ski a little bit as he came off the ramp. There, Dominic Kuhn, jump number 2. I expect it to be a little bit more than jump number 1.
Yeah, that to me looked like it was up around 50 meters. Much improved from Dominic. He just seems like that. I don't know that a high 50s in the card for him, so he's probably just jumping more for form here. He certainly has the goods to go just up over 50, but doesn't look to me like someone who's knocked on the door of 55 plus meters yet.
All right, but he does get 48.5 meters on jump number 2, so there is some hope and maybe a little expectation that he's going to go over 50 meters, but he's definitely going to have to push the envelope to do so, Carlo.
Coming out for the next jump, he's checking out what the possibilities he has. For sure, they're telling him what to do. We saw him that he was with a really slow turn, but I think he's a bit narrow outside. His coach knows much better than me, but for sure he got good tips, and he will take him under consideration for the next run, for the next jump.
Of course, after this jump, we can officially name our cut. There'll just be 12 skiers left, so we'll have an idea of what the jumpers left to come have to do to punch their ticket through the final. Dominic Kuhn looking to see if he can get his nose out in front here on third and final jump. He's going to need to really improve things. Looks to be a similar spot, similar approach from him. Maybe he can get a little bit more out of the ramp as he heads now into the base of this bank. The Rortika's roaring. He comes off the top. It's another good jump, but it's just not quite far enough. You can see the frustration out there. He didn't quite get it all together here today.
Yeah, I think he had a lot more in his pocket. That's unfortunate. He was trying to do, everybody's trying to manage with their head and with this headwind that it's up, sometimes it's blowing up a bit more, but I think it's a great headwind that they should take it on their advantage, but looks like everybody's dealing with the turn and with the speed of with the power of the boat. What do you think, Curtis?
Yeah, he just never looked quite comfortable there, and I think it came back to what we talked about earlier, where perhaps he was rushing his turns and maybe ending up a little early. Like, he seemed like he was turning as if he was a lot later than he always ended up being. He always seemed to have just that little bit of extra speed. Often when you see people bank off the ramp like that, that's because they've ended up the ramp a little bit early, and it's not that they it's unsafe or anything like that, but they're not able to build off that second wake. And so I do think timing is critical for these skiers. So Fletcher Home, we understand, his 55.2 meter jump, that is the mark to beat now. So these next 12 skiers will need to exceed that if they want to make their way through the final. Of course, anyone who does not exceed 55.2, that will push the cut lower and lower.
All right, so Fletcher Home, I'm sure he's on site somewhere, keeping his fingers crossed to find out if he's made it through to the next round. We'll know within the next skier or so. Skier out of Australia on the water right now. It is Ben Cosgriff. Then one more skier to come afterwards before we round off Series 2, and then we're going to go into to Series 1, where there'll be 10 skiers on that list. So here we go.
Yeah, just getting some feedback there. We got someone on the dock talking to Alex. He was talking about how the conditions are perfect, but he just never quite had his timing and never quite had the speed he needed. So I think similar to what I was talking about, where, you know, just from the turn, he probably thought he was a little later than he was and never quite carried enough speed in the base. This is jump number 1 here for the big, tall, strapping Aussie Ben Cosgriff, looking to open up his jump campaign at these Worlds. Cuts now the base of the ramp. Looks like a good spot. Oh, I think that was pretty late from Ben. Wow. And he's just let that one go.
Yep, just taking into a little bit of a late approach there, I would say. But let's have a look and check there. A 0 score on jump number 1. Yeah. Actually a little bit early, if we're being honest, but there you go. That was jump number 1, and we'll rejoin him in time for jump number 2 right after this. All right, then back on. We've got on the water Ben Cosgriff passing up on jump number 1. The early approach didn't exactly help him much. We'll see if he can push his cut down a little bit further and make it to the ramp on time.
Yeah, we saw him pass. He was a little late, but maybe it's a good way to start. He just has to bring it a little bit early, but it could be a good spot to start. We'll see in this second jump.
All right, let's see if he can wait a little bit longer. A little bit better view of the ramp on this time, and managed to get some glorious lift on that one. Needs a jump of more than 55.2 within the next 2 attempts, including this one, to advance through to the next round. Good solid cut, keeping that left ski up, I beg your pardon. Up and over, and feeling the pull off the top of the ramp. Oh, it's a 50.9, 50.9. He's still got a lot of work to do. He needs about 4.2 meters more in order to guarantee himself a spot through to the next round. Fletcher Holmes still up there with 55.2. That's the target they're all chasing right now.
Well, what a great day that would be for Swedes everywhere. Of course, Fletcher Holm, true blue Swedish national. Of course, I think what happened was he did a bit of an Ancestry.com test and discovered just a few weeks before the tournament that somewhere back there was some Swedish ancestry, and was able to sneak his way into this tournament. No, I'm kidding. I think his father is Swedish originally, but he, of course, grew up skiing in Colorado in the US.
All right, so let's have a look at Ben Cosgriff out of Australia. Don't know too much about him going into this competition.
Great headwinds right now at the moment.
So Ben Cosgriff, whose best jump from last season is a 52.4 meter jump. He needs something in excess of that to.
Well, he's
really...
not done it, has he, Tony? He went.
No.
He did what he had to do there. He went a little bit later. He carried a lot of speed, and unfortunately couldn't quite hold on to it, and just slipping out on the heels there. He'll be upset, but he has the consolation that on this last jump, he really threw it out there and went for, because, you know, he's a 52-meter jumper. He needed something special always to make that final. He's barely made it on. He's going to have to check the fin on his right ski there. He's clipped that catcher, but he was going healthily there on his third and final.
What that therefore means is that Fletcher Holm has booked himself a spot through to the final.
Yeah, Curtis, he was right on the spot. We saw him going through the ramp right on the right-hand corner, and we don't want to see that too much. He should check the fin, but it was just a couple of inches where the spot he wanted to be. You want to be on that, maybe a half a meter or a meter or so closer to the left side, but that was I think it's the first skier that we see him actually going onto close to the right corner.
Yeah, but, you know, in fairness, I don't believe he made the trick or slalom final, so this was the last act for Ben Cosgriff, and he knew that he needed something special. He needed a miracle, and I love the gumption. I love the wily of the young man. He left it certainly any later, and we could have had a spatula on the medics out there, but he certainly gave it his all, and he won't go home wondering if he didn't try his hardest. Of course, we move now to the great nation of Texas, and it's Zachary Butterfield. He will be the last competitor in Series 2 men's jump.
Hailing out of Sherman in Texas, as you rightly said. Has competed mostly in the collegiate tournaments within the last season or so, but when it came down to the Good Water Ski National Championships last year, he slalomed pretty good into 12 meters, and I'll try and get some stats on him so far as the jump is concerned. But he's a very, very capable jumper, and capable of jumping towards the 55-meter range. We'll see what he can conjure up with the 3 attempts that he has at his disposal.
That's right. The cut now is Big Willie Gibson of New Zealand, 54.8 meters at a nervous weight for Kiwi fans. And there's celebrations in Stockholm as Sweden's very own Fletcher Holm makes the jump final. This is attempt number 1 now for Zachary Butterfield, the American, looking to see if he can punch his ticket in this jump final as well. He's got a good deal of speed. He's pretty late as well himself. He gets some good lift. It's not a bad jump. I think it's going to be up around 50 meters. I don't know that it's enough, though, to punch that ticket through to the final.
Great opener. We saw him that he was in a good spot on the ramp. I think he's going to start building from there. Let's see what the score is out for the first jump. He threw the fist, so for sure he's happy.
All right, so we're waiting on the distance to come through, but his best jump from last season is a 54.4 meter jump, which he produced over at the Cedar Creek July record. It's his best jump that I've seen from him.
52.1.
52.1 on this time around, and he's got 2 more attempts remaining. So he needs to go in excess of Will Gibson's jump of New Zealand. Yep, 54.8. That's the target, and essentially needs to ski his lifetime best to achieve it.
The ebbs and flows of water skiing. It's part of why I love this sport. You know, I saw Will Gibson come off the water, and he was pretty distraught, I'd say. And, of course, he's not out of the woods yet, but he's just inched himself a little bit closer. That door has been left ajar to make that jump final. It's never over till it's over, is it? This will be Zach Butterfield, jump number 2.
All right, here we go. Zach Butterfield now with jump number 2. Good glide. Now turns away, tightens up that line, and drives on in off the second wake. Oh, and coming off the handle a little bit early, putting in maybe just a little bit too much into that cut than he could quite possibly handle. And the boat has certainly given him all it's got.
Yeah, heart-in-the-mouth stuff here. It's a very flat ski line drive from Zach Butterfield. He had so much speed, it's still going to be a pretty far jump. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, to punch him through to the final. But pretty impressed with 49.1 meters on that, because he did not get anything out of this ramp whatsoever. In fact, he got dangerously close to needing the medics out there. How close is he to that corner, Carlos? We've seen that from Ben Cosgrove from the third and final. These boys are absolutely pushing the envelope out there.
Well, we know that his coach is on shore. He's probably in the right spot. Maybe he has to work on something, on some little details on the turn or after the second wake. So for sure he has everything in his mind now. He's ready to come for the third jump. I think he has the possibility to go over 54 meters right now. The conditions are great, and let's see if he gets it done.
Yep. Last jump here of the Series 2 men's elimination round before we get into the final 10, the big dogs. This is Zach Butterfield out of Texas, looking to see if he can make his way through to the men's jump final. He's a couple meters short right now. He needs just about 6 or 7 feet will do it. Plenty of speed. He's late again. Oh, he left. I don't know, Tony. I don't know. I don't think he's gone quite far enough.
Well, he's certainly further than his previous jump. I know that he definitely came in with a lot more heat, and his ramp work was certainly a lot better than the previous 2 jumps. The question is, will that translate to the kind of distance that he needs to advance or get close to advancing should any of our remaining competitors
he's like a heat-seeking missile for that bottom right corner, and it seems like he's just maybe getting his shoulders or arms in a little bit. He's leaning too far at it. Like, he's so close to this corner, I think it's difficult for him to get full extension.
But he managed to kick the ramp.
Pretty well, yep.
He was very, very close.
Oh, 53.4.
Well, Will Gibson has punched his ticket through to the men's jump final.
Okay, so let's have a quick look at the leaderboard in just a moment. The top 2 have made it through. Fletcher Holm with 55.2, Will Gibson with 54.8, and now the cut line is 53.4, courtesy of Zach Butterfield. So your top 2, Will Gibson, Fletcher Holm, already through to the next round, and looks like Zach Butterfield is going to have to wait to find out if he's made it through. Here is your running order for Series 1 jump. Vincenzo Marino gets things started, followed by Blaze Grubbs, Martin Labra, Vincenzo Tiza, Callan Ashcroft, Ed Roberts, Carter Lucas, Florian Paff, Will Roberts, and Tobias Georges. And a good few of those contenders in the overall competition there, Carlos.
Yeah, a lot of overall skiers coming up. Great skiers. We were talking in the morning about all these overall athletes, in what level they are. Most of them had a great trick performance, great slalom performance. The overall is really close, and we're going to see really long jumps right now in Series 1.
Looking forward to it. The good news for Zach Butterfield is that in theory, as we go on, the jumpers just get bigger and bigger. It's a seated order. But there is the dynamic that in Series 1, the top, I believe, 3 overall skiers have to ski in Series 1. And so some of these first few skiers, probably their personal bests are only up around 51, 52 meters, and they're in this series in light of their overall capabilities.
Yes, we will see where the cut will be. we have right now the Vincenzo. He's been skiing very good in slalom and tricks, and let's see his opener.
Oh, good speed, and certainly looks pretty strong off the turn there, going in towards the jump, but just didn't quite have enough coordination on the ramp to really take advantage of that, Curtis.
Yeah, well, we'll watch the replay. He was wearing his kneecaps, his earrings there for a second off the top of that ramp, and he was able to control it. Vincenzo Marino, probably one of the front runners and the most fun names to say in this field, and he'll be looking to see if he can push up over 53.4 meters. That jump, of course, not far enough, losing a lot of distance through the ramp here as we watch. Another late cut, hugging that corner, and he really spread those skis off the ramp. So 43 meters from Vincenzo Marino.
All right, so we're going to see Vincenzo Marino take his second and final attempt. We'll return in just a moment. Okay, returning to action here, we got Vincenzo Marino of Italia. Oh, dropping that right ski on his way out wide. That could disrupt him a little bit, but let's see what he can do. Oh,
very nice
not
jump.
finding it at the moment.
Yeah, a very nice jump, very technically sound, but I don't know. I mean, in fairness to Vincenzo, we're anchoring right now on that sort of 55-meter distance, or 53 he needs. I don't know what Vincenzo's personal best is. It's possible it's only up around 48, 49 meters, and he's probably jumped up around that. He's jumping pretty well, I think, up to his best, his capabilities. Again, he's in this Series 1 for his overall. He's a very strong overall skier. We see he's pushed up over 50 meters here on jump number 2. And I think this was a really good jump for him. I don't know how much more he has left in the tank, maybe a meter or two. He's barely making it on. I mean, he's clipping that corner, and he got pretty good extension too. So great jumping, I think, from Vincenzo Marino and his standings in the men's overall.
So, and in respect to the overall, he's trying to earn his third and final marker in the overall competition so far as the finals are concerned. Trying to give himself 3 more opportunities to ascend higher in the overall competition. Now, based upon what I'm able to calculate, Vincenzo Marino currently in second spot right now. Just marginally behind the current leader, Jake Abelson, to the tune of about 144 overall points adrift.
Yeah, the big dog still to come, though, in the men's overall. This is Vincenzo Marino, though, coming in for his third and final attempt. He's already got a good score, a 50-meter jump on the board. Can he go further? Can he push up, perhaps into this final? He's got good speed here again. He wasn't happy with his timing there. So no final for Vincenzo Marino.
But
Zach Butterfield will be. Look at the elation from him on shore. He is a happy, happy man indeed.
Yes, indeed. Zach Butterfield out of Sherman, Texas, will be featuring in the final event of this competition, the men's jump final. And, oh, yeah, he's definitely on cloud 9 right now. All right, so looking at this one last jump there from Vincenzo Marino. Just didn't like the look of that, saw more white than red, and decided to pass up on that. So he's going to have to wait to see if his jump of 50.7 is enough to get him through. In the meantime, we're going to introduce Blaze Grubbs out on the water. And when we return, we'll be right on time to see him take his first attempt of 3 next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, welcome back. I've got Curtis Williams right here, and I've also got Carlos Lamadrid Jr. And
wow, look at that kind of camaraderie there. Coming through off the dock, Blaze Grubbs has leant down and high-fived Vincenzo Marino. As he
yeah,
comes
had a
in
bit
here.
of a long swim there.
Yeah.
Here he comes, Blaze Grubbs. Blaze Grubbs, who slalomed 3 at 11 and tricked marginally over 7,000 points, looking to try and get into the jump final and keep his overall chances alive.
Yeah, so Blaze, strong overall skier. Unlike most overall skiers, his strongest event in the overall is probably the slalom event. He's capable of getting into 10.75, deep down 10.75. He was pretty disappointed with the slalom yesterday. He missed out on the final, only picked up to a 3 at 11. So good jumping here, solid opening jump from Blaze. But yeah, in overall, he's got to dig himself out a bit of a hole after a disappointing performance for him in the slalom.
All right then, and Blaze Grubbs, based upon that first jump distance has come through as 51 meters, has leapfrogged over Vincenzo Marino and assumed the second place position right now. Jay Cableson, on the strength of his huge tricking score earlier on in the competition, still holds the top overall spot right now, according to my calculations.
Yeah, Blaze Grubbs, great opener, 51 meters. He was able to kick the ramp. Maybe he's going to start building from there. We'll see what comes up, but I think in overall the opener was a good first jump.
All right, something to build from.
The young man out of Rio Linda, California, looking to see if he can punch his ticket to this jump final. He doesn't need much more. What's he got on jump number 2? He's got plenty of speed again. He's hugging that corner. Didn't get quite the same lift that time. Seemed to lose the line a little bit in the air. It's another good jump, but I don't think it's much further.
Let's see what it comes out. Looks like a longer jump in this second attempt. Yeah, as you mentioned, I think it was overall it was really good jump, but at the end, right after he took off the ramp, he let go on one hand, and that could make him, that maybe gave him a little bit of less meters that he wanted.
All right then, so jump number 2 there for Blaze Grubbs turns out to be 51.7, just marginally further than his jump, his first jump.
It shows you, Tony, how much more speed he has, though, on the second jump, because he didn't get the same lift. It felt like he was a little bit flatter through the ramp there, a little bit more of a line drive from him. So he's obviously brought it down. If he can have a cut like jump number 2, but get the legs of jump number 1, we'll see him through to the finals. Well, drama, atmosphere, it's all happening here. The burning bush out in the distance. I think it's actually a smoke signal. We've got some Blaze Grubbs fans out there in the cheap seats.
That's far away. We had it very close a couple of days ago. Nothing to worry about.
All right,
Blaze Grubbs, third attempt.
Here we go, Blaze Grubbs. We'll have to take a look at the leaderboard to see where he is in relation to the other competitors. Let's see what he's got. Blaze Grubbs, who has jumped 55 meters before, but won't do so this time round because he passed up on jump number 3, and he has to make do with 51.7 meters, which means that the next skier above him should make his way through to the next round of the competition.
Ok, atención, Chile se hace presente, empieza la porra en el muelle, la barra chilena en el webcast. Saludos a todos, sabemos que muchos están viendo. Vamos a narrar esta ronda en español porque viene en el agua Martín Labra. Martín Labra, Tincho, ha tenido un muy buen desempeño, es un gran esquiador, un fuera de serie, es el actual poseedor del récord mundial juvenil, está recién pasando a las categorías mayores, a sub-21 y a Open. Esto hace que incremente la velocidad de la rampa, la velocidad de la lancha para rampa. Anteriormente él saltaba a 51 kilómetros por hora. Él ha tomado la decisión hace unas cuantas semanas, hace unas 4 o 5 semanas, tomó la decisión de ya incrementar la velocidad, aunque sigue siendo él todavía juvenil. Subió la velocidad a 54 kilómetros. Recordemos que la velocidad máxima en la categoría abierta es 57 kilómetros para salto. Todavía no toma la decisión de incrementar la velocidad. Él se siente muy cómodo ahorita. Se siente mucha velocidad, 54 kilómetros, es mucha diferencia de 51 a 54. Sabemos de que es capaz. Él ha saltado a 51 kilómetros, 54 metros, y veremos qué nos espera ahorita en este primer salto para Martín Labra.
All right, Martin Labra is on the water right now, who's trying to redeem himself a little bit from the slalom event, has made it through to the trick finals, and is still in contention for honors in the overall competition, but he's going to have to conjure up some really long jumps here to stay within arm's reach of the best jumps, the best overall scores. Really going to have to work this one out. He's out wide now, extending away from the boat, turns in, sets, holds his position, drives it on home. A good look in the first jump. Solid effort there from Martin Labra.
Gran primer salto para Tincho. Está recién empezando su participación. Lo vimos muy abierto, con mucha velocidad afuera antes de partir hacia la rampa. Ahorita tendrá que hacer algunos ajustes. Sabemos que Tanguy, el coach del equipo chileno, está afuera ahorita dándole consejos mientras regresa a la lancha para prepararse para saltar. 53.2 metros en su primer salto. Atención, 53.2 metros. Tiene mucho por mejorar. Sabemos que le faltó ahí pegarle a la rampa. Lo pone en una muy buena posición con este salto para el overall, que también está peleando la medalla de oro en la modalidad de overall. Se pone en una muy buena posición ya en su primer salto en la modalidad de salto, y esperemos mejore este desempeño ahorita en su segundo y tercer salto.
All right then, so we've just seen the first jump there from Martin Labra, 53.2. That should send him through to the next round of the competition. Blaze Grubbs on 51.7 as well. Those represent the top 5 with 7 skiers remaining after Martin Labra. Currently, whoever's in the top 5 right now has an assured spot through to the next round. Here we go, Martin Labra out of Chile. Working hard, just trying to keep as far away from the boat as possible. Nice lightweight turn, drives in. Good tight line off the second wake and good extension off the top. And that should be a better looking jump there in terms of distance there for Martin Labra of Chile.
Gran segundo salto para Tincho, se le ve muy tranquilo, sabemos que es capaz de mucho más. Pudo pegarle a la rampa, creo que estaba un poco temprano abajo, pero bueno, sin duda, Tanguy, uno de los mejores coaches del mundo, está en la orilla compartiéndole algunos tips para enfrentar este tercer salto. Lo vemos que está muy afuera, muy abierto, con mucha velocidad. y bueno, algunos detalles que corregir ahí para obtener un mejor salto. 54 metros, va mejorando de poco a poco. Gran segundo salto, 54 metros para Martín Labra en este segundo salto.
So there we go. That is Martin Labra there with his second jump. It's going to be a 54-meter leap. Take a quick look at the leaderboard if that's possible. And there we go. Fletcher Holm, he's still there at top with a 55-meter jump from Sweden. Then we got Will Gibson with 54.8 meters in second place. And now here is Martin Labra on 54 meters. He is currently in the third. Let's see what he's got. Take it away, Carlos.
Se prepara para su tercer salto. Una muy buena brisa de frente. Wow, atacando la rampa. Muy buena pegada. Vemos que estuvo por ahí. Unos 54 metros. Muy buen desempeño, sabemos que es capaz de mucho más. Recordemos que él ha saltado esta distancia ya a 51 kilómetros por hora, entonces tendrá que ajustar algunos detalles, pero por lo pronto lo pone en un muy buena posición para el overall. Ya nos dirá Tony en qué puesto se pone ahorita. Todavía faltan varios overallistas, pero tenemos el mejor salto, 54.3, muy constante Tincho, muy bien saltado. Y sabemos que podemos esperar mucho más de él. Felicidades, Tincho.
All right, then, and still continuing to hold third place right now with a jump of 54.3 meters. Now, in terms of the overall, how does that shape things up? 54.3 meters. All right, that actually puts him in the lead in overall right now. That gives him about a gap of about 271.64 points ahead of himself. And, wow, that's that overall position from Jake Abelson. Thanks in no small part to his tricking ability. There we go. Skier on the water at this time. We have got Vincenzo Tiza of Chile, and we'll return right after this.
Atención Chile, todos de pie otra vez, hasta Santiago de Chile, todos los que nos están viendo en el webcast. Otro chileno, Vicente Tiza, gran esquiador, gran saltador, es su especialidad, enfrentando el primer salto.
Decent looking jump there.
Buen primer salto para Vicente. Una probadita nada más de lo que se nos viene. Es por lo general estos esquiadores y más especialistas en salto lo toman como para medir, para ver las condiciones, para medirse qué tan abiertos están, qué tanta velocidad tienen antes de girar. Son esquís muy grandes, tienen que maniobrar con estos esquís que miden más de 90 pulgadas, entonces es difícil girarlos. Necesitas tener la velocidad precisa en el momento preciso para darle la vuelta a estos esquís para después poder darle una muy buena pegada a la rampa y hacer una muy buena planeada. Entonces estará ajustando el viento, hay algo de viento, las condiciones siempre son diferentes, entonces este primer salto le ayudó mucho para probarlas y tomar conciencia de lo que está. Sabemos que en la orilla está su coach Javier Julio, con mucha experiencia y seguramente le pasó los mejores consejos.
All right, so the opening jump there for Vicente Tiza, it is a 53.6 meter jump. And that puts him in about the top 5, I would speculate right now. Vicente Tiza, and currently in 4th spot. Let's see what he's got on jump number 2, setting up with U and 2 foot wide, meaning that the boat is on a different path to split and forces him to actually edge a lot harder off the second wake just to make it to ramp's width. And there we go, that's Vicente Tiza. Takes a pass on jump number 2, and we'll see what he has on jump number 3.
Rehusando el segundo salto, no se sintió cómodo antes de la rampa. Tienen muy pocas, son décimas de segundo la decisión que tienen que tomar si toman o no el salto. Él algo vio diferente, no se sintió cómodo, tomó la opción de rehusar, pero bueno, sigue recabando información, sabe qué es lo que tiene que hacer para enfrentar su último salto y esperemos que así sea, que sea un gran salto. Estamos viendo la repetición aérea y él sabrá qué sucedió. Javier Julio ya le está diciendo algunos consejos y estará ajustando todo esto para su tercer salto.
All right, and we'll return with Vicente Tiza's last jump right after this. Okay, welcome back to continuing action here at the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships here at Boca Laguna, right outside of Chapala in the Mexican state of Jalisco. Coming in, jump number 3. This is Vicente Tiza of Chile.
Vamos Vicente, tercer salto para Vicente. No ha puesto ningún buen salto al momento, entonces está dejando todo para este último salto, pero él sabe bien qué es lo que tiene que hacer. Tomó la decisión de darle la vuelta a la boya de 500, está muy abierto, con velocidad. Vamos Vicente.
Oh no, and he's gone. But
Lamentable salto. Por favor, a todos.
Oh no, and he's broken his jump ski to boot as well.
A todos los médicos, favor de acercarse al muelle.
Going into a little bit of shock, just trying to figure out where he is, and hopefully the boat's props aren't spinning right now.
Esperemos que esté bien. Lo vimos que se subió a la lancha, por lo que eso nos da motivos para pensar que está bien. Vicente, una lástima ver esto, pero bueno, es parte del deporte y esperemos que esté al 100%.
All right, then we continue to monitor the situation with Vicente Tiza. We're looking at the instant replay on this jump and really pushed the envelope here, didn't he?
Yes, Tony. He was all in on this third jump. He didn't had a quite good opener, 53.6 meters. That puts him onto the next round. But he wanted more. We know that he's capable of more. We don't want to see this on the sport, and it was a big crash, but we saw him grabbing the back of the boat, which that means that he was moving, and hopefully he's okay, and he could get his head straight and get ready for the finals, because he's in the finals.
Yeah, he most certainly is, but the question is, will he be in the right frame of mind, and will he be okay physically to take on this jump in the finals?
Veremos cómo está Vicente. Vicente es un gran esquiador, un gran saltador chileno. Vimos que quería más, tuvo un muy buen primer salto para arrancar el evento, 53.6. Ya estaba calificado a la final, pero él sabía que era capaz de eso y mucho más. Entonces puso todo en el tercer salto. Lo vemos arriba de la plataforma. Esperemos que esté muy bien y que se recupere. Ya no tiene otro salto para tratar de sacárselo de la cabeza, pero está calificado a la final, entonces tendrá que reponerse mentalmente, físicamente. Esperemos que esté bien. Los paramédicos ya están listos para atenderlo en el muelle y puede recuperarse porque el día de mañana, en menos de 24 horas, estará volviendo a saltar.
All right then, and as we get things resolved here on site, we'll take a quick break and then we'll return to more action here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships. All right then, so continuing on, I'm here with Carlos Lamadrid Jr. and pleased to say that Vicente Tiza is walking around and he appears to be okay. He's going through concussion protocol right now to do not much you can do beyond that point of course, because he doesn't have any remaining jumps, but the question is, will he be in the right frame of mind to jump tomorrow in the final? Here we go, men's jump leaderboard. Fletcher Holmes still hanging in there as the #1 jumper with 181 feet. Will Gibson, 54.8, is in second. Martin Labra is in third. Vicente Tiza, who you just saw, was 53.6. And rounding off the top 5 is Zach Butterfield with 53.4.
Yeah, so now Aussie skier Callan Ashcroft, he just saw this big crash. He has to get his head ready after watching his competitor go out the front. We saw Vicente Tiza coming out of the boat, walking towards the paramedics. So we hope he's okay. He was walking fine, and we will see if his ski is. It didn't manage. You saw something come out of the water. They're picking up Vicente's helmet in the water. So we will see the replay of the crash.
Okay, once again, our towboat is actually in the area retrieving his helmet, and the good portion of the reason why is because of this this jump there from Vicente Tiza. Everything looked pretty good up to this point. The turn looked good, the positioning looked good. And then he came across the wake and the power went on up and he just crushed it. I mean, pure and simple. I mean, he didn't have any upward lift. The ramp hit him And unfortunately, that produced what you saw right there. As we look at Vicente Tiza going through some assessments, determining if he is at all injured or whether he can continue into tomorrow's final. And that is our status right now. We have got 6 jumpers remaining. The first of those 6 is Callan Ashcroft. And we should be able to see him within about the next few moments. Stand by. There is your current leaderboard. Fletcher Holm, your leader. Will Gibson. And then we've got Labra, Teaser, and Butterfield all through to the next round. And I believe Grubbs is in that mix as well. We'll be back right after this.
So, the next skier from Australia coming out, Callan Ashcroft. He was waiting longer than he expected for his turn. He's been dealing right now with this crash prior of Vicente Tiza. I think he's ready for it, and he has to be in his own right now, in his own mind, in his own world, and hopefully he is, and he would give us a great performance.
All right, so Callan Ashcroft and out on top of the water, getting ready for the 3 jumps, and having seen what he's just been witness to, needs to have a very, very short memory indeed, and just basically isolate himself and just concentrate on what he is doing out there rather than worry about anybody else that has come before and those who will come afterwards. 6 skiers from the end, including Callan Ashcroft, which means that the top 6 that we see on our leaderboard are through to the next round of the competition. Skiers of the like of Fletcher Holm, who is in the lead, and skiers like Zach Butterfield and Will Gibson and Blaze Grubbs and Martin Labra and Vicente Tiza. 3 jumpers, actually 6 jumpers before we round off today's action. Let's see if we can round this off in a good positive way. Max speed, V setting on the 0 off. Let's see what he's got. This is Callan Ashcroft. Decent effort there on jump number 1. Should be close to the 50-meter mark, if not over that particular distance. And he has jumped over 55 meters in the past. He actually did that during the Moomba Masters in March of this year. Has followed it up with a similar looking jump over at the Aussie Kiwi Challenge in Albury, and included a jump like that at the National Championships, which took place at Bonnie's Water Park in Western Australia. Let's have a look at the distance. It's 47.8, 47.8.
Yes, it was a good opener. He was feeling the water and the wind. He's gonna for sure build a lot more from it. Jumping 55 meters at the Yellow River is not easy.
No, certainly
so
not.
We know that he's capable of jumping more than that, and we'll see now in his second and third attempt.
All right, right you are. So we've got Callan Ashcroft, 47.8 meters. needing to get better than the seventh spot that is currently held right now at 51.4 from Alexander Schiel of Austria. So needing the jump in excess of 51.4 with this attempt and the one remaining. Let's see what he's got. Almost gotten a little bit of upper body crush there as well. Jump number 2 away, and we'll get the distance for him. But still having a lot of upper body crush, which is rather detrimental to jumping.
Much better second jump. He was closer to the right hand of the ramp. I think he was too early on the first jump. We'll see what the distance is, but for sure he had a lot more speed, more width, and he was in a better position right before the ramp.
Distance will be known any moment now. Looks like our officials taking their time over the distance. We'll get it flashed up on the screen as of when we get it. But that is Callan Ashcroft, and he's pulling out wide, and looks like we're going to take a little bit of time to get the distance. We'll return right after we do.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, there. So Callan Ashcroft, we get the distance for him, 53.3 meters, 53.3. It's a 175-foot jump, and puts him among the top 7 that advance through to the next round of the competition. We have 5 more competitors after this to try and fill the other remaining spots right up until the 12th spot, and that will be our final elimination round of competition. Here we go, folks. Callan Ashcroft. Solid looking jump again, but they're just having problems getting much in the way of distance here, unfortunately, there, Carlos.
Yeah, that was a good looking third jump. His second jump put him into the final, so he was for sure he took the pressure out and wanted more in this last attempt. Yeah, they have to know that the boat is not gonna run as strong as it is, and you have to deal with it and manage to get as much speed as possible with the conditions that we currently have. The altitude doesn't help the jumpers, but the boat is skin nautic, brand new, super strong, and we'll see what the skiers are getting. All this information, it helps a lot for the finals.
All right, next competitor up, and it will be Edward Roberts from the United States of America. We'll see him jump for his first attempt in just a few moments. All right, Edward Roberts. Edward Roberts, who comes to us out of the state of Illinois. Don't have much upon scores to draw upon from the IWWF scoring system. However, at the Good Water Ski National Championships, he jumped 54.5 meters. in that competition. Actually, that was in the Midwest Regionals in the Illinois States. He jumped 57. So he has some good form from last season. So Edward Roberts, we'll see what he's got in store for us right here, right now with jump number 1. Putting himself out wide, getting set for his dramatic cut towards the right-hand side. Jump number 1. All right, good looking jump. One of our best opening jumps there from Edward Roberts.
Yes, for sure. Great opener. Probably the best opener that we have seen. Let's see what the distance is, but he looked great. He will do some minor changes, and this would probably help him to launch him much farther.
All right, waiting on the distance. It is 53.2. 53.2. Yep, he's locked into a spot in the next round. Good dose of speed and good float. And just looking at some of the other tournaments that he's competed in the last few weeks and months. Skier for the University of Alabama. Competed in the collegiate nationals as well for that fine college. And bear in mind that his collegiate scores were produced on the 5-foot-high ramp, which makes the Alabama 4 a showdown score of a 54.9 meters with a boat speed of... here we go. Coming in, this is Ed Roberts. Turns in, drops hard off the turn. Oh, nice. Sensational looking second jump there. He's finding some consistency out there as he gets ready for his third and last attempt. So out of the town of Dow in Illinois, this is Ed Roberts, age 19 and coming into this competition. Handle a little bit high off the turn, but managing to hold everything that that he wanted to generate into the bottom of that ramp. The distance should be there and thereabouts, around about the same as the one before. But actually, it's further. It's about It's a good few meters further. It's 57.2. 57.2. He is your new leader. 57.2. He supersedes Fletcher Holm. Fletcher Holm, for his part, is still a skier going through to the finals. So even though he relinquishes the lead, he probably doesn't care too much that he did. Only that his jump is good enough to send him through to the next round. Here we go, jump number 3, Ed Roberts. Oh, passing that up. Taking a little look at that ramp from a later angle, and you know, he knows that he's through with 57.2, but looking to see if he is able to push it even harder come tomorrow, because with the kind of talent that we've got in this competition, especially towards the end, he's going to need every little thing he's got there to stay on competitive terms.
Yeah, definitely a great second jump. On this third one, he was more relaxed. He was trying to see if he could get some more out of it. So we will see him on the finals. He knows that he's capable of more. He's happy, and it puts him out on first place. We still have, as you mentioned, 4 more skiers to come. Super good, talented jumpers, and we'll see what comes out.
All right. Next competitor up, representing Canada. It's going to be Carter Lucas. We'll be back with his first jump right after this. All right then, so our skier on the water is going to be Carter Lucas from Canada. So Carter Lucas, looking at some of his tournament scores. He is a member of the Moccasin water ski team, the Florida Southern College Moccasins. Jumped 52.2 meters in their fundraiser tournament not too long ago. Oh, nicely done. Getting good lift off the top and some great float. And there appears to be a little bit of a headwind blowing in and helping out the jumpers by not an inconsiderable amount.
Yes, it was a great opener once again. I think it was the best opener of the field. Let's see what the distance is, but for sure it looked a really easy cut, good speed under the ramp, getting all the information. There's a big head breeze right now, so he knows what to do for this second one. Wow, 55.6 on his opener, 55.6 meters.
And that's the best first jump that we've seen in quite a while. I mean, actually, I'd need to go back to the previous day's competition. And actually, the second best opening jump was that 55.2 meter leap, courtesy of Fletcher Holmes. So it's been a while, but we've got a jump that exceeded that distance on the very first attempt of 55.6, and to boot, it means that Carter Lucas is through to the next round.
Okay, so we're getting closer to the 60-meter mark. What do you think? Are we going to see a jump over 60 meters?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to tell. I mean, these competitors have one mission in mind, and that's to make it out of this round in towards the finals. So unless it becomes necessary, they don't want to risk too much here. And come in with a lot of speed and a lot of heat. That is Carter Lucas on jump number 2. We await the distance there, Carlos.
Yeah, it wasn't the jump that he wanted. He didn't get a good lift out of the ramp, so he is forgetting about this ramp, about this jump, 45.9 meters. He got it out, and now he's coming back on his third and final attempt with all the information that he needs to do a great jump.
Yeah, certainly certainly as much information as he's able to gather is certainly going to be appreciated. All right, so looking at our Canadian contingent there, cheering on Carter Lucas as we work our way along the shoreline and see a few of our spectators. Taking a look at the instant replay from the top left-hand corner of the jump. That was pretty close.
Yes, that was really close. Definitely he can bring it down. There's so many things that they can do. These skiers are in a super high level. They know what to do, and here he comes for the third and final attempt.
Here he goes. Good extension off the top, nice look. Oh, and going down on the landing. He's okay though. It's he started rolling out of his jump skis pretty much upon those skis making contact with the water. So looks like nothing injured. But Carter Lucas will take a look at this this third and last attempt. So fall on the third and the third jump.
Looked like the better jump, but he kept pushing and pushing and pushing. He wanted to get everything out of that jump. So that was unfortunately he didn't make it, and we won't get to know the distance. So that's he ends up with the best jump to be the first jump. So
a little bit back on his skis coming off the jump, and
wow. It's good that he got out of the bindings.
Yeah, indeed, certainly. All right then, so our next competitor, our last competitor at this ramp height before it moves up to 1.8 meters high, it is going to be Italy's Florian Paff. All right, so Florian gets ready. Our other boat, the red Nautique, are plucking Carter Lucas out of the water. And hopefully by the time that they've done that, Florian will be making his approach in towards the ramp for his first attempt. And we'll see that in just a few moments. All right then, folks, here we go. Florian Paff of Italia.
Great overall skier. He has had excellent scores in slalom and tricks. He ran 5 at 10.75. He had a great trick performance this morning. So he's trying to close the deal out on jump. He's a great overall skier from Italia, coming on his first jump.
Right, here he is. Jump number 1, Florian Paff. Good impact there, pulled the handle across his body to try and get more distance out of that attempt. I'm probably going to stick my neck out and say that that jump is far enough to see him through to the next round. Timing looked pretty good and the aggression was certainly there. Florian Paff, one of our overall skiers in the Series 1. Try and get the distance on that first jump. And looking at the distance, 53.8 for Florian Paff, which vaults him into about third spot right now. He still has the 1,000 points in the slalom, and unfortunately, his tricks yielded 47.90, which didn't exactly help his overall situation. And Florian Paff is in third spot in overall, about 300 or so points adrift from the point total, courtesy of Martin Labra. Here he comes, Florian Paff.
So great opener for Florian. He's relaxed, a bit more relaxed now that he knows that he's on the final. Trying to get into a better position, wide, getting speed.
Oh, good looking jump there. Getting a lot out of that ramp.
Yeah, for sure, much farther jump. That was a good kick, good speed. He still has some more he knows that he has a lot of more meters on his pocket, and he would get everything together for this final and third attempt.
All right, then we should see the distance coming up any moment now for Florian Pfaff. It is 56 meters, 184 feet. Absolutely launched himself into that jump. Now an updated overall situation for Florian Pfaff. He is still currently in third spot. He is about 284 overall points adrift from the top spot, which is currently held by Martin Labra. But obviously he closed the gap between himself and Jake Abelson, who is still in there in the top three, currently lying in second spot, thanks to the strength of his tricking performance and his above average slalom score from a couple of days ago. So here we go, folks. This here is Florian Pfaff. What has he got? Turns in, drives off the second wake. Oh, and decided to test the limits. Taking the pass. And that concludes our jump in at the 1.65 meter ramp height. That ramp is now going to be raised to 1.8 meters high. Going to take one last look at the instant replay for Florian Pfaff as he puts himself into third spot right now in the overall competition.
Yeah, so now the overall competition is coming into the halfway through. Most of these skiers are in the finals in most of the events, so many more things to come. In just one day, in less than 24 hours, we will know who will be the world champion in every single event of this World Championship.
Yep, right you are. So that is Florian Pfaff on jump number 3. And we now take a quick pause. The ramp is going to be raised to 1.8 meters high. And we'll have the first of our 2 final jumpers coming up next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right then, so we are back with our final two jumpers. We're going to see Tobias Georges take to water very soon, but before him we have Will Roberts, both of them starting at the 1.8 meter ramp height. So that ramp is raised up and gives us an angle of 16 degrees. Compared to the 1.65 meter ramp height, which is closer to about 14.5 degrees. And that 1.5 degree is certainly noticeable by our jumpers, isn't it right, Carlos?
Yes, every little detail counts here on jump. The ramp has been perfectly dialed, perfectly checked. I know the homologators here were dealing for many days trying to get as close as perfection the ramp, the height, the long of how long the ramp was, either in the long side or the perfect side. You know, there's a lot of details to have here. Waxing the ramp, making sure the water is getting all the ramp wet. So many things to deal for all these skiers to come and try to do their best.
Indeed, indeed. So, Will Roberts. Looking in at some of our good folks along the shore side and thoroughly entertained by the skiing action that they've seen thus far. Will Roberts, our penultimate competitor here. Skied at the MLCQ not too long ago and jumped a 63.9 meter jump in that instance there. Will Roberts. Let's see what he's got on the opener. Here he comes, jump number one. Oh, nicely done. Launches himself on that attempt.
Wow, great opener for sure. It's the longest jump we have seen. It's close to the 60-meter mark. So let's see what the score, what the distance was.
Coming to us out of Dow in Illinois, and riding with the Waters wetsuit. Just edging away, keeping the line tight. And just working his way in towards the ramp surface. Handle up a little bit high off the turn. But that's no biggie, nothing he hasn't already done before and knows how to deal with. Good launch, good takeoff and the landing. All in check there for Will Roberts. So Will Roberts, will wait for him to come back in on jump number two. We're waiting on that distance, as a matter of fact. He needs to know his distance before he can continue on, of course. And looking at some of the distances, these are produced over the last couple of seasons. He's jumped as far as 65.4 meters at LA Night Jam last season in 2023. And his best jump ever is 65.6, and we'll return right after this. All right, here we go, folks. Will Roberts. Jump number 2. Just sneaking up on the jump. Coming in. Oh, and that left ski going down there towards the jump, and he made the split-second decision not to take it, and a wise one at that there, Carlos.
Yes, really close. All these skiers need to take the decision in just a few tenths of a second. It looked like he was starting the turn really good, and after the second wake, things didn't go the way he wanted, and he took the decision to let go and pass the ramp.
Just looking at this instant replay again off the turn. Yeah, just that left ski gun driving in before the right one and putting himself in a real dangerous situation there. Didn't want to contemplate taking the jump and taking the fall that would have resulted from doing just that. So 62 meters on jump number 1, a pass on jump number 2. We've got one more competitor to go, and he is the last competitor for whom we're taking a close look at the overall battle. It's going to be Tobias Georges. All right, here we go, folks. Quick check up at the north end of the lake, showing us a couple of wildfires which are burning around this area. But let's see if Will Roberts can generate a little fire of his own. Here he is, turns. And tried to carry that through all the way to the jump, and unfortunately deciding not to take it this time. Passing up on 2 attempts, but he's done his reconnaissance, he's done his due diligence, he's jumped the distance needed to make his way through to the next round, and from there he was playing with house money. So just did a couple of cut and pass attempts, and now leaves the stage open for our next competitor, our final competitor. It is going to be Tobias Georges.
Atención Argentina, la barra se pone de pie. Saludos a la familia Georgi, saludos a Germán. La mejor vibra para Tobias Georges en el muelle, el último saltador del día, el último saltador de la Serie 1. Tobias, un gran atleta, lo vimos esquiar en slalom y figuras, es un gran overolista, está en la final ya de figuras. Esperemos que así sea en la final de salto y que obtenga ahorita un gran resultado. Tobias no por algo está... no por algo es el último esquiador, es el favorito de la competencia. Ha estado aquí entrenando por más de 3-4 semanas. Conoce perfectamente bien las condiciones, conoce bien este viento de frente, entonces nos espera un gran primer salto. No creo que lo tome como calentamiento. Muchos esquiadores toman la opción de medir las condiciones, de tomar nota y poner sus propias marcas para empezar a trabajar en los próximos 2 saltos que le quedan. Pero en esta ocasión Tobias conoce muy bien el lago, ha estado saltando muy bien, sabe de lo que es capaz y esperamos un gran primer salto. Saludos a todos los argentinos, la barra latinoamericana, Miranda Ski, Pipe y Toti viéndonos también. Saludos a todos y esperamos una muy buena participación de Tobias Georges.
All right, here we go. Tobias Georges, who has jumped as far as 63 meters this season. Last season he jumped over 65 meters over at a tournament at Stillwater Lake in Palm Bay in Central Florida. Here he comes. Jump number 1. Oh yeah, nicely done there on the opener.
Gran primer salto para Tobías. Fue un excelente primer salto, lo vimos muy tranquilo, le pegó muy bien a la rampa, tuvo una muy buena extensión en el aire. Pienso que va a estar alrededor de los 57 metros en este primer salto, entonces tiene mucho que trabajar, sabemos de lo que es capaz. Tobías ha llegado a saltar 64 metros, es un súper atleta, súper completo. No tuvo su mejor participación en figuras, pero independientemente de eso está en la final y creo que ahorita está ya obteniendo un muy buen primer salto que lo pone en una zona de mucha confianza para tener un muy buen segundo y tercer salto.
All right, opening jump. We're just about ready to get the distance. Just waiting on the distance there for Tobias Georges. Distance coming up, 58.1, 58.1. He alongside Will Roberts, both those through to next round of the competition. So we have our 12 skiers. We got Gibson, Butterfield, Holm, Grubbs, Labra, Teaser, Ashcroft, Roberts, both of them, Lucas, Path, and Georges. Here we go. Coming in on jump number 2. Oh, hugging the bottom right-hand corner, but exploding with an exceptional-looking jump there, Carlos.
Un gran segundo salto, se le ve mucha confianza, le está pegando muy bien a la rampa. Pienso que está un poquito, está cerca de la marca de los 60 metros, 58.2 en su primer salto. Lo pone en una muy buena posición para la final, lo pone ya en segundo lugar. El primer lugar está el estadounidense con 62 metros y tenemos una marca de 59.6 metros, 59.6. Muy buen salto para Tobías, sabemos que es capaz de más, tomará nota de lo que viene haciendo ahorita en los saltos pasados, está muy enfocado. Tenemos a Tanguy en la orilla diciéndole, estaba muy cerca de esa falda de la derecha, está jugando al límite Tobías, está muy justo ahí, es un espacio muy reducido el que tiene el saltador. Realmente los saltadores están a máximo 1 metro, metro y medio de distancia de esa orilla, que no le quieres pegar nunca a esa orilla porque te avienta completamente de cabeza de la rampa, pero tienes que estar cerca para poder tener una muy buena velocidad y una cuerda muy tensa para que te impulse o te catapulte, haga una especie de catapulta y lance el esquiador lo más lejos posible. Eso es lo que ellos buscan. Ahorita tomará nota, posiblemente no hay que estar ahí, hay que estar un poquito más temprano, pero generar velocidad, hay muchos factores que sabemos que Tanguy ya le comentó y veremos qué nos espera ahorita en este tercer y último salto para Tobias Georges de Argentina.
Right, 59.6 upon the second jump. That moves him into second spot in the overall. Martin Labra is still in the lead, but I tell you what, Tobias Georges is really throwing it down out there. No two ways about it, Tobias Georges. There's approximately 230 points differential between Martin Labra and Tobias Georges, there and thereabouts. But some great jumping there from our competitors right the way through to that last jump from Tobias. We'll have a look at the instant replay. We should get the distance very, very soon. I suspect it's going to be longer.
Seguramente fue un gran tercer salto para Tobías, 61 metros, un muy buen salto para él, estará muy contento, lo vimos ahí muy cerca de la falda, más cerca que en el salto pasado, pero con todo y eso pudo impulsarse más, eso le va a dar mucha confianza para la final, sabemos que puede más. Ahí sabemos que empujó lo más que se pudo para sacar ese metro extra, están jugando al límite, 61 metros. Es muy, muy buen salto para Tobías y sabemos que tiene más. Se pone a 1 metro del norteamericano, se pone en segundo lugar y lo veremos mañana en la final del Campeonato Mundial. Muchas gracias a todos.
All right, then. So here's our men's leaderboard after seeing that 61-meter jump being thrown down by Tobias Georges. Here's what the jump leaderboard looks like. Will Roberts with 62 meters. He's your leader. Tobias Georges with 61 meters. Then we've got Ed Roberts in third place with 57.2. Florian Paff with 56 meters. And riding off the top five, Carla Lucas with 55.6. In respect to the overall, Martin Labra has the early lead in the overall competition with Tobias Georges in second, and still, I believe, in the third spot is going to be Jake Abelson. We'll try and get confirmation of those totals via the live scoring, but from my initial calculations, that's where it appears to be at this time. All right, then. We've got the finals taking place tomorrow. Hopefully, you'll be here and watching along the shore side, if not watching this webcast. Great to have you on board. On the behalf of the crew here and my good friend here, Carlos La Madrid Jr., a pleasure having you here. And until tomorrow, as we continue on the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships into tomorrow's final. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm going to say ciao for now.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.